Hello, hello, hello. Today is another reading day. I'm excited. I'm gonna put this back on because it looks like I'm naked under here. Hold on, let me move myself up a little bit because if this is the furthest I'm gonna be, I need to get moved up a little bit. There we go. Well, hello everybody. Today we are reading 6 more chapters of Iron Flame today. Also, oh, let's see if I can share these on screen. I want to share these beautiful photos. I for Christmas, I got both the Iron Flame and Fourth Wing books, the German editions, for Christmas. Um, let's see if I can show these photos. They're so pretty. Oh, it looks like I need I need to crop the photo. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. I'm sorry. So, I want to show you guys this amazing thing. Look at this. So, the first two books is the original English Fourth Wing. The second one is the paperback special edition with the Zayden stuff in it. That one, I am getting another copy, so you know you don't look at the annotated versions. And then the next one is the German. Oh my god! I swear, hold on one second. I'm going to. I hate when my animals choose right next to me to scratch themselves while I'm in the middle of talking. But yeah. So then the third one on this shelf is the German edition of Fourth Wing, and in not shown in this photo is the actual cover of it. It's going to be, or instead of like this the golden to orange for the for the Fourth Wing paper, cover, it's gonna be the eyeball of Terran, and I don't know if I could actually, do I have, I think I do have that photo. Um I'll show it in a minute, but and then the fourth book in that on that thing, the fourth book on that shelf is the Iron Flame hard German copy, and it is so pretty. I love the purple, or I love the dark to purple lightning and everything. And then on the front, it is actually Andarna's eye, which I don't want to show it yet because it's kind of spoilers. But if you guys want to see photos of what the books look like, you can check out my Discord, and everything is on there. uh, but yeah. Sorry, I've got some stuff coming in. I'm gonna be really checking my phone today. Anywho. Enough about the German editions. So, as a reminder for everybody who is just now getting into this or forgot, the reason I am reading only 6 chapters a day of both Iron Flame, or both Fourth Wing, which we've already finished, and now Iron Flame, is because on January 21st, which is a Tuesday, I will be, or they are releasing the 3rd book of this series officially. So I'm excited. um so yeah, we will be or they will be releasing the 3rd book in less than a month. We have oh goodness, because today is Saturday. One time I actually want to hit calendar and I don't. We have, let's see, if I count this weekend, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 weekends left until you know, the 3rd book is released. So we have 4 weeks left. And every Saturday and Sunday I will be reading 6 chapters of this book. Yeah. So yeah, we'll be reading 6 chapters of Fourth Wing and Iron Flame up until the Sunday right before the release of the 3rd book, which is called Onyx Storm. And if everybody likes this enough, then once I have fully finished reading Onyx Storm by myself, which probably will happen by that Saturday, if everybody wants, I will then continue and read the books, or read the 3rd book on stream. But yeah, so that means we have 4 whole, or let's see, we have technically 12 days of 6 chapters left, and that's including today. So, yay. So let's get on into this. And anybody watching on YouTube, I do have in the description below the times of when we start reading a chapter and when we end it, and or when we're done reading a chapter. So if you don't want to, you know, listen to me babble, you know, before and after, you can always click on those below. If not, then you're more than welcome to put this on in like the background and whatever. But let's hop on in. And we'll start chapter 7. Alright. Chapter 7. Oh goodness, I forget how loud this music is. Oh. There we go. That should be good enough. Alright. Chapter 7. I've never seen this room before, Riddick says, 5 days later, dropping into the seat next to me as the U-shaped amphitheater-style classroom on the 3rd floor of the fills for orientation. We're grouped in our sections and squads within our wings, putting us in the second row on the right-hand side, starting across the recessed floor at first wing. The noise outside is growing to a steady hum as civilians arrive for conscription day tomorrow, but it's still quiet. Within the walls of the quadrant, within the walls of the quadrant, we've spent this week preparing for the first year's arrivals, learning our roles at parapet, and drinking entirely too much at night. It definitely makes walking the hallways in the early morning interesting. We've never seen second years before, Rhiannon replies from my other side. Her supplies is perfectly aligned on her desk. Good point, Riddick nods. Made it. Nadine slides in next to Riddick, shoving errant strands of her purple hair out of her face with a braced and wrapped hand. How have I never been in this room before? Rhiannon just shakes her head. We've never been in second years before, I tell Nadine. Right, makes sense. She grabs her things out of her bag, then drops it at her feet. I guess none of our classes were this far down the hallway last year. What happened to your hand? Rhiannon asks. It's embarrassing. She lifts the brace so we can all see it. I slipped and sprained it on the steps last night. Don't worry. The healers think Nolan might have an opening for me tomorrow before parapet. He's been run ragged since War Games. That man needs a break, Rhiannon says, bobbing her head. I wish we had a break like the other quadrants. Riddick taps his pen on the desk. Even 5 or 6 days just to get away. I'm still recovering from the last 6-day break I had away from here. I try to joke. Ree's face falls, and the rest of our squad quiets. Shit, that was not the right thing to say, but I'm exhausted. There's no point trying to sleep when I can't quit dreaming about Ressin. I'm around if you want to talk. Ree's kind smile makes me feel like I'm 2 inches tall for not letting her in. Do I want to talk? Absolutely. Am I able to? Not after Atos made it clear not to share my war stories. He's already targeting Mira. I'm not putting my best friend in this situation, too. Maybe Zayden is right. If I can't lie, all of my friends would be safer if I kept my distance. Good afternoon, second years, a tall rider says, his voice booming as he strides to the center of the floor, quieting the room. I am Captain, he winces, scratching the trim beard that's a shade darker than his light golden skin. Professor Grady, and as you can tell, I'm new this year, and getting used to the whole professor title, as well as being around 21-year-old kids again. It's been a while since I've been in the quadrant. He turns around toward the end of the classroom, the one section where there are no seats, and crooks his fingers with a heavy wooden at a heavy wooden desk there. Lesser magic makes it screech across the floor until Professor Grady puts his palm out. Then it stops. He turns towards us and leans back against the edge of the desk. That's better. That's better. Congratulations on living through your first year. He turns his head slowly, his gaze raking over each and every one of us. There are 89 of you in this room. From what the scribes tell me, you are the smallest class to walk this hall since the first 6. I glance at the empty rows of seats above first wing. We knew last year that we had the fewest numbers of dragons willing to bond, but to see how few of us there really are is disconcerting. Fewer dragons are bonding, I say to Taryn, knowing Andarna drifted into the dreamless sleep a few days ago. Is that because the Empyrean knows about the venom? Yes. I can almost hear the exasperated sigh in Taryn's voice. But we need more dragons, not fewer. It doesn't make sense. The Empyrean remains divided on whether or not we should get involved. Terran grumbles. Humans aren't the only ones keeping secrets. But Andarna and Terran have already made their choice. Of that, I'm sure. But the second year brings in its own challenges, Professor Grady continues. Oh, sorry, my neck itched. As I focus on class. Last year, you learned how to ride the dragons who chose you. This year, you'll learn what to do if you fall off, become a rider, welcome to the Rider's Survival Course, or RSC for short. What the hell is that? Riddick mutters. I don't know, I whisper, writing the letters RSC in the blank book in front of me. But you know everything. His eyes widen. Clearly not. Seems to be the theme lately. Don't know what it is? Professor Grady asks with a grin, staring straight at Riddick. Good. Our tactics work. He crosses one boot in front of the other. RSC is kept classified for a reason, so we get your genuine reactions to the situations at hand. No one wants my genuine reactions, Riddick murmurs. I bite back a smile and shake my head. RSC will teach you how to survive if you become separated from your dragon, behind enemy lines. It's a staple for your second year, culminating in 2 full evaluations you must pass in order to continue at Bezgaeth. One in a few weeks, and the other around mid-year. What the hell do they do with a bonded rider who doesn't pass? Rhiannon asks quietly. Every member of my squad looks at me. I have no clue. Caroline Ashton raises her hand from her seat in first wing across the room. A chill races down my spine as I remember how close she'd been to Jack Barlow, the writer who'd been intent on killing me until I killed him instead. Yes, Professor Grady asks. What precisely does around mid-year mean? Caroline asks. Or in a few weeks? You don't know the precise date? Or you don't know the precise date, he answers, lifting his brows. She huffs, sitting back in her seat. And I won't tell you, no matter how many times you roll your eyes. No professor will, because quite simply, we want you surprised. But we do want you to be prepared. In this room, I will instruct you in navigation, survival techniques, and how to withstand interrogation in case of capture. My stomach turns over, and my heartbeat goes double time. Torture. He's talking about being tortured. And now I carry information worth being tortured over. God. And you'll face trials on those at any time, Professor Grady continues. Taken from any place in the quadrant. They're going to abduct us? Nadine gasps, fear lacing her tone. Sounds like it, Sawyer mutters in response. Always something around here, Riddick adds. The other assessors and I will give you feedback during those trials, so by the time your full evaluations come around, you'll be able to withstand. He cocks his head to the side as if choosing his words carefully. Well, be able to withstand the hell we're going to put you through. Take it from someone who has survived it. As long as you don't break during the interrogation portion, you'll be fine. Rhiannon puts her hand up and Professor Grady nods at her. And if we break? She asks. All traces of amusement leave his face. Don't. Oh, my back hurts. With my pulse still racing at an hour after orientation, I head to the one place that used to calm my fraying nerves. The archives. As I walk through the doorway, I inhale the scent of parchment ink and the unmistakable tang of bookbinding glue, and let out a long, calming breath. Row upon row of bookshelves span the massive chamber, each taller than Andarna, but not quite up to Terran. Filled with countless volumes on history, mathematics, politics, what I trusted to be all the knowledge on the continent, And to think at one point in my life, I had thought climbing their ladders would be the scariest thing I'd ever do. Now, I'm simply existing with the ever present danger in Vice Commandant Varish's, of Vice Commandant Varish, Atos's threat hanging over my head, a secret revolution that can't get us, that could get us killed, and or at any moment, and now imminent torture from RSC. Kind of miss the ladders. After 5 days of watching, Jacina's name finally appeared on the scribe's schedule posted outside this morning, which means it's time to get started. Fuck not getting involved. I'm sure as hell not going to sit around and do nothing while my brother and Zayden risk their lives. Not when I'm certain the answer to protecting both Orisha and Promish civilians is right here at Bezgaev. The revolution might not have a scribe in its ranks, but it has me. And if there's even a shot that we can win this war without the weapons the revolution hasn't made or found, then I'm taking it. Or at least investigating the possibility. Only scribes may continue past the long oak table near the doorway, so I stand at its edge and trail my fingers across its familiar grain and scars as I wait. If training to be a scribe has taught me anything, it was patience. Gods, I miss this place. I miss what I thought my life would be, simple, quiet, noble, but I don't miss the woman I was. The one who didn't know her strengths, the one who believed everything she read with unfailing confidence, as if the simple act of writing something on a blank page made it gospel. A slight figure wearing a cream tunic, pants, and hood approaches, and for the first time in my life, I'm nervous to see Jacinia. Cadet Sorengale, she signs, smiling when she reaches me and flipping back her hood. Her hair is longer now, the brown braid nearly reaching her waist. Cadet Neil Wart, I sign back, grinning at the sight of my friend. We must be alone to warrant such an enthusiastic greeting. Scribes are strongly discouraged from showing emotion. After all, their job isn't to interpret, but to record. We are, she signs, then leans to look past me. Well, except Nasia. He's sleeping, I assure her. What are you what are you up to back there? Fixin' a few bindings, she signs. Most everyone is off preparing for the new cadets coming tomorrow. Quiet days are my favorite. I remember we'd spent nearly every quiet day at this table preparing for the exam, or helping Markham or my father. I heard about... Her face falls. I'm sorry. He was always really nice to me. Thank you. I really miss him. I squeeze my hands into fists and pause, knowing that what I say next will either lead us closer to the truth or get me killed. What is it? She signs, biting her lip. She's first in her year. That means she's probably trying for the adept path, the hardest of all degrees for scribes, and the one every curator of the scribe quadrant has to have. It means not only does she spend more time with Markham than other scribes, but she'll almost never leave the archives. Nausea grips my stomach at the very real possibility that I can't trust her. Maybe there are no scribes within the movement for a reason. I was wondering if you had any older books about the foundings of Bezgaev. Maybe something about why they chose this location for the wards? I sign. The wards? She sighed slowly. I'm preparing a defense for a debate in history about why Bezgaev is here, instead of being built in Kaldir. And there it is, my first real lie. There's nothing selectively true in that statement, nor any way to take it back. For better or worse, I am committed now. I am committed now to my own cause, saving as many people as I can from this war. Sure, she smiles. Wait here. Thank you. 10 minutes later, she hands over 2 tomes written more than 100 years ago, and I thank her again before leaving. The answer to protecting Orisha is in the archives. It has to be. I just have to find it before not even the wards can save us. All right. So that is the end of chapter 8. Or chapter 7, sorry. Woo! We will take a quick little break here. We'll take a quick little break here, and when we come back, we will continue with chapter 8. Yay! Alrighty. Here we go. We're at... Alright, let's get into Chapter 8, shall we? Here we go. Alright. Chapter 8. Conscription Day looks a little different on this side of it. I lean over the crenellations of the tower in the main war college and take note of the length of the line as the bell rings the 9th hour. But I avoid noticing the features of the individual candidates as they file in, starting up the long, windy staircase that will bring them to the parapet. I don't need any more faces in my nightmares. They're starting up the stairs, I tell Rhiannon, who stands poised with a quill and the roll. They look nervous, Nadine says, leaning recklessly far over the edge of the tower to see the candidates lined up stories below. They aren't the only ones. I'm 4 steps away from Dane and his memory-stealing hands that could pluck every secret from my head. I lock my shields in place, just like Xaden taught me, and fantasize about shoving Dane off the tower. He's made one attempt to talk to me, and I quickly shut down. And the look on his face. What the hell kind of right does he have to look heartbroken? Weren't you nervous? Rhiannon asks Nadine. Personally, I wouldn't have made it across without Vi here. I shrug and hop onto the wall, taking a seat to the left of Rhi. I only gave you a little more traction. You had the courage and the balance to make it across. It's not raining like it was during our parapet. Nadine looks up at the cloudless July sky and wipes the sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand. Hopefully more of them make it across. She glances my way. You'd have thought your mother would have held off the storm last year, considering you were crossing. Clearly you don't know my mother. She wouldn't call the storm to kill me like a coward. But she sure as hell wouldn't stop it to save me either. Only 91 dragons have agreed to bond this year, Dane says, leaning back against the wall beside the entrance at the parapet. He's in the exact position Xaden was in last year, and has the same exact insignia on his shoulder. Wing leader. The asshole gets Liam and Soliel killed and is promoted as a reward? Go figure. More candidates making it across isn't going to equal more riders. He glances my way, but quickly averts his gaze. Nadine opens the wooden door at the top of the turret and glances down the stairwell. They're about halfway up. Good. Dane pushes off the wall. Remember the rules. Matthias and Sorengale, your jobs are only to take the final roll before parapet. Don't engage. We know the rules. I brace my hands on the wall beside my thighs and wonder for the 10th time since I woke up this morning when Xaden will arrive today. Maybe then I can address the 3 books on the craft of weaving fabric into traditional Tirish knots he left for me. Strips of fabric included. On the desk of my new room on the 2nd-year floor. It's not like I need a hobby. But the note Xaden left on the stacks of books, the one that read, I meant what I said on the parapet. Even when I'm not with you, there's only you. That needed no explanation. He's fighting. Fine, Dane says, drawing out the word as he stares at me. And Nadine? I don't have a job. Nadine shrugs and picks at the strings of her uniform. Okay, I am getting tired of my hair getting stuck behind my head. And picks at the strings of her uniform where she cut the sleeves off. I was just bored. Dane frowns at Rhiannon. Running a tight ship there, squad leader. What an ass. There are no regulations about 4 riders on the turret during parapet, she counters. Don't even get me started this morning, Atos. She looks up from her perfectly numbered scroll and raises a finger. And if you even think about telling me to call you wing leader, I'll remind you that Ryerson did a hell of a job without telling everyone to supplicate themselves to him. Because he scared the shit out of everyone, Nadine mutters. Well, everyone except Violet. I fight my smile and lose as Dane tenses. Clearly at a loss for words. Since it's only us, Rhiannon says, what do you know about the new vice commandant? Varish? Nothing besides the fact that he's a complete hard-ass who thinks the quadrant has gone soft in the years since he graduated, Dane answers. He's friends with my father. Figures. Yeah, it's a real daydream around here, Rhiannon responds sarcastically. After Resson, I'm starting to realize that there's a purpose to pushing us to the point of breaking. Better to shatter in here than get your friends killed once we leave. Here they come, Nadine says, moving out of the way as the first candidate reaches the top, their chests heaving from the climb. They look so young, I tell Taryn, shifting my weight on the wall and wishing I'd been a little more careful wrapping my left knee this morning. Sweat has already loosened the brace, and the slipping fabric annoys the shit out of me. So did you, he replies with a low growl. He's been pissy for the past 2 days, and I can't blame him. He's torn between doing exactly what he wants, flying to Segale, and seeing me punished for his action. The first candidate's gaze swings from Nadine's purple hair to the crown of mine, showing all its silver in my usual cornet braid. Name? I ask. Jory Buell. Sorry, my back is itching. She says, struggling to catch her breath. She's tall, with good boots, and what looks to be a balanced pack. But her exertion is going to work against her on the parapet. Step up, Dane orders. Once you're on the other side, you'll give your name to the roll keeper. The girl nods as Rhiannon jots her name down in the first slot. All of the advice Mira gave me last year races through my mind, but I'm not allowed to give it. This is a whole other kind of challenge. To stand by and do nothing while these candidates risk their lives trying to become us. For many of them, we'll be the last faces they see. Good luck. That's all I'm allowed to say. She starts across the parapet, and the next candidate steps up to take her place. Rhiannon takes down his name, and Dane waits until Jory is a third of the way across before letting the boys start. I watch the first few candidates, my heart in my throat as I remember the terror and uncertainty of this day, or last year. When a candidate slips at the quarter mark and falls, the ravine below swallowing the last of his screams, I stop watching to see if they make it to the other side. My heart can't take it. 2 hours in, I'm asking their names with zero intention of remembering them, but I take note of the especially aggressive ones, like the bull of a guy with a deeply cleft chin who charges across, tossing the scrawny redhead candidate struggling on the midway point without hesitation. A little piece of me dies watching the cruelty of it, and it's a struggle to remember that every single candidate is here by their own choice. They're all volunteers, unlike the other quadrants, which take conscripts who pass the entrance exam. Jack Barlow Jr., Rhiannon notes under her breath. I didn't miss the way Dane flinches and looks my way. Or I don't miss the way Dane flinches and looks my way. Blowing out a slow breath, I turn toward the next line, trying to forget how Barlow put me into the infirmary last year. I shiver at the memory of the way he forced pure energy into me through his hands that day on the mat, rattling my bones. Nate, I start, but the words die on my tongue as I stare shocked at the candidate standing far above me. He's taller than Dane, but shorter than Zayden, with a muscular build and strong chin. And though his sandy brown hair is shorter than the last time I saw him, I recognize those features, those eyes, anywhere. Cam? What the hell is he doing here? His green eyes flare with surprise and blink with recognition. Auric Greycastle. His middle name I recognize, but the last. Did you just make that up? I whisper at him, because it's awful. Auric Greycastle, he repeats, his jaw flexing. He lifts his chin with the same arrogance I've seen in every single one of his brothers, and especially his father. Even if I don't recognize him from the dozens of times our parents' lives have tossed us in the same room, those startling green eyes mark him the same way my hair does me. He's not going to fool anyone who's ever met his father, or any of his brothers. I glance over at Dane, who openly stares at Cam. Auric. You sure about this? Dane asks, and the concern with his eyes gives me a glimpse of my Dane again. But it's short-lived. That version of Dane, the one I could always depend on, died the day he stole my memories and set us on a collision course with Venin. You cross the parapet and there's no going back. Auric nods. Auric Greycastle, I repeat to Rhiannon, who writes it down, but clearly knows something's up. Does your father know? Dane murmurs to Auric. It's none of his business, he replies, stepping up to the parapet and rolling his shoulders. I'm 20. Right, because that's going to make a difference when he realizes what you're doing, Dane retorts, ripping his hands through his hair. He'll kill us all. Are you going to tell him? Auric asks. Dane shakes his head and looks at me like I have an answer for any of this, when he's the fucking wing leader. Good, then do me a favor and ignore me, he says to Dane. But not me. We're 2nd Squad, Flame Section, 4th Wing, I tell Auric. Maybe I can convince the others to keep it to themselves if they recognize him. Dane opens his mouth. Not today, I tell him, shaking my head. He snaps his mouth shut. Auric adjusts his pack and starts across the parapet, and I can't bring myself to watch. Who was that? Rhiannon asks. Officially? Auric Greycastle, I tell her. She lifts a brow, and guilt settles in my stomach. There are too many secrets between us, and this is something I can give her. Something she deserves to know, since I just directed him to our squad. Between us? I whisper, and she looks over at me with an arched brow. King Turi's 3rd son. Oh, shit! She looks over her shoulder at the parapet. Pretty much, and I can guarantee his father doesn't know what he's doing. Not with how he felt after Auric's older brother died during his threshing 3 years ago. Should make for an easy year, Rhiannon says, sarcastically, then beckons the next person without missing a beat. Name? Salone Mari. My head whips in her direction, and my heart jumps in my throat. Same blonde hair, though it's currently tangled in the breeze past her shoulders. Same sky blue eyes. Same rebellion relic winding around her arm. Liam's little sister. Rhiannon stares. Dane looks like he's seen a specter. With an E on the end, Sloane says, moving towards the steps and tucking her hair behind her ears nervously. It's going to blow right back in her face with the next gust of wind, temporarily blinding her on the parapet, and I can't let that happen. I promised Liam I'd watch out for her. Stop! I jump off the wall, then yank out a small leather band I keep in the front pocket of my uniform and hand it to her. Tie your hair back first. Braid is best. Sloane startles. Dane begins. I glare over my shoulder at him. He's the reason Liam isn't here to protect Sloane himself. Rage courses through my veins, heating my skin. Don't you dare say another word or I'll blast you off this turret, Atos. Power crackles through my hands without being called and erupts overhead, streaking across the sky horizontally. Oops. He sits muttering something about losing every fight today. Sloane takes the leather from me slowly, then braids her hair, simple and quick, tying it with the band and eyeing me the entire time with 3 inches, or with the 3 inches she has on me. Arms out for balance, I tell her, nausea rolling through me at the risk she's about to take. Don't let the wind sway your steps. Uh, they're, uh, they were Mira's words, and now they're mine. Keep your eyes on the stones ahead of you, and don't look down. If the pack slips, ditch it. Better you lose it than your life. She glances up at my hair, then down at the 2 patches sewn on my summer uniform, right above my heart. One in the 2nd squad patch we won during the squad battle last year, and the other is a bolt of lightning that branches off in 4 different directions. You're Violet Sorrengail. I nod, my tongue tying. I can't think of the right words to say about how sorry I am for her loss. Anything that comes to mind isn't enough. Her expression shifts, and something that looks a lot like hatred fills her eyes as she leans down, her voice quieting so I'm the only one who hears her say, I know what really happened. You got my brother killed. He died for you. I can actually feel the blood drain from my face as I blink away the memory of Day crashing into the wyvern who'd come for Taryn, sending Liam flying across my saddle. He'd been so heavy that my shoulders had almost dislocated, trying to keep him from falling. Yes, I can't deny it, and I don't look away. I'm so sorry. Go straight to hell, she whispers, and I really mean that. I hope no one commends your soul to Malik. I hope he rejects it. Liam was worth a dozen of your kind, and I hope you spend eternity praying for what you cost me, what you cost all of us. Yep, that look in her eyes is definitely hatred. My heart abandons my body and lands somewhere in the vicinity of her recommendation. It wasn't your fault, Taryn says. It was. And if I don't pull my shit together right now, if I'll fail Liam all over again. Feel free to hate me, I say to Sloane, stepping aside and clearing the way to the parapet. Just do me a favor and put your fucking arms out so you don't see Liam before I do. Do it for him, not me. So much for the caring, gentle mentor I'd hoped to be for her. She jerks her gaze from mine and steps up. The wind kicks up and she wobbles, sending my heart rate spiking. What in the angry Mari was that about? Rhiannon asks. I shake my head. I just can't. Then the stubborn girl finally extends her arms and starts walking. I don't look away. I watch every damn step she takes like my future is tied to hers. My breath freezes when she stumbles halfway across, and my lungs don't fully expand until I see her reach the other side. She made it, I whisper up to Liam. Then I take the next name. 71 candidates fall from the parapet across, according to the rolls. That's 4 more than our year. An hour after the numbers are calculated, the quadrant assembles in typical formation, 3 columns per wing, and the roll keepers call name after name, dividing the first years into squads. Our squad is nearly full, and there's still no sign of Sloane. I looked for her in the courtyard earlier, but either she's hiding from me, or she's hiding from me. That's the only logical answer. Nadine, Riddick, and I wait behind 8 first years, shifting their weight, the living embodiment of anxiety. Arik stands with impossibly perfect posture, but keeps his head down next to a redhead girl whose complexion is full-on green in the row ahead. The fear radiating off them is palpable. It's in every drop of sweat sliding down the stocky guy's neck 2 rows ahead, in every bitten nail the brunette spits out into the ground next to him. It's coming out of their pores. Is it me, or is this fucking weird? Riddick asks from my right. Fucking weird, Nadine agrees. I kind of want to tell them that it's going to be okay. It's not polite to lie, Imogen says from behind us, where she stands with Quinn, who looks downright bored as she trims the ends of her blonde curls with a dagger. Don't get attached. They're all dragon fodder until threshing. The stocky-looking guy with deep umber skin looks over his shoulder, shooting a wide-eyed look at Imogen. She stares him... Oh, sorry. Let me move a little bit. Woo-hoo. Oh, goodness. She stares him down and makes a circle with her forefinger, wordlessly telling him to turn around. He does. Be nice, I whisper at her. I'll be nice once I think they might stick around, she replies. I thought you said it's not polite to lie, Riddick continues with a grin, shaking his head in a way that makes the collar of his uniform move. But not the tall spikes he somehow gelled his dark hair into today. I blink, then lean closer to him, staring at the side of his neck. Did you get a tattoo? He smiles and pulls his collar, showing off the inked tip of a sword tail on the warm brown skin of his neck. Ending near the base of his collar, it wraps to my shoulder. It's Airtrim's relic. Badass, right? Badass, Nadine nods in appreciation. Absolutely, I agree. Basia, Halloween is called to our squad. Her name is oddly familiar. And when she appears moving into formation 2 rows ahead, I remember why. A burn scar sprawls from her collar to her hairline, curving along the right side of her face. She's a repeat. She survived angering an orange dagger tail at threshing last year, but barely. Sloane is called to first wing. Shit, I mutter. How the hell am I supposed to help her in an entirely different wing? I'd consider that a blessing, Nadine says quietly. She didn't seem to be a fan. Dane steps forward on the dais to talk to Aura Banehaven, the senior wing leader, and the daggers she has strapped to her upper arm glimmer in the sunlight as she nods her head in response. He glances my way, then crosses over to the roll keeper at the edge of the dais, and she pauses, lifting her pen to scribble something on the roll. Correction, she called out over the crowd. Sloane Murray to 2nd Squad, Flame Section, 4th Wing. Yes. My shoulders dip in pure relief. Dane walks back to his position, ignoring the reproachful stare of Vice Commandant Varish, and his composure slips for the second it takes for him to shoot me an indecipherable look. What? Is Sloane supposed to be some kind of peace offering? The roll keeper moves on, placing the first years in their squads. Sloane appears a minute or 2 later, and my relief is short-lived when she opens her mouth. No, I refuse. Any squad but this one. Ouch. Rhiannon moves from her place at the front of our squad and gives Sloane a look that makes me glad I'm never on Rhee's bad side. Does it look like I give a shit what you want, Mari? Mari? Sawyer looks back through the lines. The first years that separate us and the new patch on his shoulder makes me smile. He's a fantastic choice for Rhee's executive officer. Liam's sister, I tell him. His jaw slackens. No shit? Riddick glances between Sloane and me. No shit, I respond. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, she already hates me. I cannot be in the same squad as her. Sloane glares at me with pure hate fire in her eyes. But hey, her hair is still braided, so I'm calling that a win. She might loathe me, but maybe she'll listen at least enough to stay alive. Stop disrespecting your squad leader and get information, Sloane, Imogen hisses. You're acting like a spoiled aristocrat. Imogen? Sloane startles. Get in formation, Rhiannon orders. I'm not asking, cadet. Sloane pales and steps into line in front of Nadine, taking our last first-year slot. Rhiannon slides past Nadine and leans in close. Pretty sure that girl wants you dead, she whispers. Any particular reason I should know about? Should I see if we can trade her into another squad? Yeah, I got her brother killed. She has sworn to protect, or he has sworn to protect, bleh. Goodness, what is wrong with me today? He was sworn to protect me, and he lost his dragon and his life, keeping that promise. But I can't say that any more than I can tell her that there are venom beyond our borders. My stomach twists at the idea of having to lie to her. Selective truth. She blames me for Liam's death. I say quietly. Let her stay. At least if she's in the squad, Codex says she can't kill me. You sure? Her brows furrow. I promised Liam I'd take care of her. She stays. I nod. Between Ark and Sloane, you're collecting strays, Rhiannon warns quietly. We were strays once too, I answer. Good point. Now look at us, alive and everything. A slight smile curves her lips before she returns to her place in formation. The noon sun beats down on the courtyard, and it hits me how far back we are from the dais, where the wing leaders wait with Commandant Panchek. Tufts of his hair catch in the morning breeze as he takes in the formation with wide, assessing brown eyes. This is the height of enrollment. This year. We start dying pretty much immediately. But not me. I've danced with Malik more than my fair share over this last year, and told him to fuck right off every single time. Maybe Sloane is right, and he doesn't want me. You're agitated. There's worry in Taryn's voice. I'm fine. That's what we're all supposed to be, right? Fine. Doesn't matter who dies next to us or who we kill during training or war. We're fine. The ceremony finally starts with Panchek's ominous yet pompous welcome to the first years and our new vice commandant. And the aura delivers a surprisingly inspirational talk about the honor of defending our people before Dean takes the lead, clearly trying to step into Zayden's boots. But he's no Zayden. The sound of wing beats and the gasp of first years fill the air as I breathe deeply as 6 dragons, 5 belonging to the wing leaders, and a one-eyed orange dagger tail I don't recognize, land on the courtyard walls behind the dais. That orange looks temperamental, his gaze darting over the formation as his tail twitches. But none of them are as menacing as Sigale or as terrifying as Taryn. I glance down and pick a piece of stray lint off my dark uniform. First year shrieks echo off the stone walls as the dragon's claws flex, digging into the stonework. A heavy rock falls, missing the dais by a mere meter of feet, and yet not a single rider up there flinches. Now I understand how Dane was so blasé about all of this last year. There's not a single dragon up there who would risk Taryn's wrath by torching me. Are they beautiful to behold? Absolutely. Daunting? Sure. There's even a slight elevation in my pulse, and yet Aura's red clubtail is eyeing the cadets like lunch. But I know it's mostly to see if she can weed out the weak. The redhead directly ahead of me vomits, puke splattering the gravel, then Arik's boots, as she bends at the waist and heaves, emptying the contents of her stomach. Gross. Sloane wobbles and she shifts her stance like she's about to bolt. That's a bad idea. Don't move, and you'll be fine, Mari. I say. They'll torch you if you run. She stiffens, but her hands curl into fists. Good. Pissed is better than scared right now. Dragons respect anger. They exterminate cowards. Let's hope the rest aren't sympathetic pukers, Riddick mutters and wrinkles his nose. Yeah, that one isn't going to make it if she does that at presentation, Imogen whispers. These first years would shit themselves if Terran did so much as a flyby. He's almost twice as big as any of the dragons perched on the wall. Didn't feel like loaning your sheer intimidation skills to this show? I asked Terran. I do not participate in parlor tricks, he responds, his derision making me smile as Dane prattles on about something. He's trying desperately for Zayden's charisma and coming up woefully short. What do you know about Major Varish's orange? He looks unstable and hungry. Solus is there? His tone sharpens. Is Solus a one-eyed orange dragon or daggertail? Yes. He doesn't sound happy about it. Do not take your eyes off him. Weird, but all right. I can watch the orange glare at cadets out of his one good eye. A third of you will be dead by next July. If you want to wear Rider Black, then you earn it, Dane shouts, his voice rising with each word. You earn it every single day. Kath digs his red claws into the masonry and leans over Dane's head, swinging his sword tail behind him in a serpentine motion as he blows a hot breath of steam over the crowd that sours my stomach. Dane really needs to check Kath's teeth, because there has to be a bone stuck in there decaying or something. Cries sound in the courtyard, and a first year to the right tail section breaks out of formation and sprints back towards the parapet, racing through the aisles between cadets. No, no, no. We have a runner, Riddick mutters. Shit. I cringe, my heart sinking as two others from Third Wing decide to follow his example, their arms pumping wildly as they make a break for it from first squad of their tail section. This isn't going to end well. Looks contagious, Quinn adds as they race by. Fuck, they actually think they'll make it, Imogen sighs, her shoulders drooping. The trio nearly collides directly behind the center of our wing, our section, then bolts towards the opening of the courtyard wall where the parapet lies. Eyes on Solus, Terran shouts. I look forward again, watching Solus narrow his one eye to a slit and swivel his head as he draws a full rumbling breath. Lead fills my chest as I glance back over my shoulder and glimpse the runners nearing the parapet. The dragons didn't let them get that far last year. He's toying with them. And at this angle, oh shit. Solus extends his neck, tilts his head horrifyingly low, and curls his tongue, fire churning up his throat. Get down! I shout, lunging for Sloane and tackling her to the ground, as fire blasts overhead, the flames so close that heat singes every patch of exposed skin on my body. To Sloane's credit, she doesn't cry out as I cover as much of her body as I can, curling over her, but the soul-rending scream behind us are unmistakable. I open my eyes long enough to see Auric lying flat over the red head under the endless stream of fire. Terran's roar fills my head as lava licks along my arched back. A scream musters at the base of my throat, but I can't breathe in this inferno, let alone give it voice. As quickly as it struck, the heat dissipates, and I fill my lungs with precious oxygen, gasping for breath before shoving off the gravel to my feet. I turn to face the aftermath as the other second and third years around me rise. Those at the back of our section who acted when I shouted are alive. Those who didn't aren't. Solus took out the runners, one of our first years, and at least half of third squad. Chaos erupts. Silver one, Terran demands. I'm alive, I shout back at Terran, but I know he can feel the pain my adrenaline is masking. The smell. Gods, the smell of sulfur and the burned flesh of the dead cadets making bile rise in my throat. Vi, you're back, Nadine whispers, reaching for me and withdrawing her hand. It's torched. How bad is it? I tug at the front of my uniform and it comes off in my hand. The fabric burned clean through at my back. The armor beneath my uniform stays in place at least. Riddick runs his hands over the flattened, singed peaks of his hair, and my gaze darts around, checking on everyone else next. I quote that Quinn and Imogen are safe behind us, already rushing to help Third Squad. Sawyer, Rhiannon, Riddick, Nadine. We all exchange quick looks that ask and answer the same question. We're all intact. I let out a long breath, my head dizzy with relief. It didn't burn through your armor, Nadine says. Good. Thank gods for dragon scales. Are you hurt? I ask Sloane, as she stumbles, staring in shock at the carnage of Third Squad as Eric helps the redhead to her feet. Sloane, are you hurt? No. She isn't shaking her head as much as she is flat out trembling. Get back into formation, Panchek's voice amplifies over the mayhem. Riders do not balk at fire. Fuck we don't. Whoever didn't balk is dead. Dane's wide eyes meet mine. He's either as surprised by what happened as I am, or a really good actor. All the wing leaders must be, because they look as equally stricken. Looking back at what remains of Third Squad, I see Imogen staring at a pile of cinder. As if she can feel me staring, she slowly drags her numbered gaze to mine. Now, Panchek demands. She staggers forward, and I meet her halfway, grabbing hold of her elbows. Imogen? Sierran, she whispers. Sierran's dead. Gravity, logic, whatever it is that keeps me grounded shifts. There's no way that was intentional, is there? Imogen, don't say it, she warns, glancing around us. She makes it back into formation as Major Varish moves to the front of the dais, appearing completely unfazed with that his dragon just took out riders, who hadn't broken formation, some of them bonded. It is not only the first years who earn their leathers at Bezgaeth, he shouts, and I swear he's speaking directly to me. The wings are only as strong as their weakest rider. Rage overwhelms my senses, scalding hot and undeniably not mine. A girl with blackish blue hair 2 rows ahead makes a run for it, running from our squad, and my heart stops when Solus leans forward again despite a snap from Kath on the right, the orange's mouth opening. Oh, gods. I'm considering tackling her to the ground myself when a set of wing beats as familiar as my own heartbeat sounds behind me, and the anger consuming my every breath, overruling my emotions, turns to something deadlier. Wrath. Terran lands on the wall behind us, his wings flaring so wide one nearly touches the dormitory as he takes out the top row of stones next to the parapet. First years scream, running for their lives. Terran! I shout with more than a little relief, but there's no breaking through the absolute fury coursing through him. My attention whips back and forth between Terran and the dragons behind the dais. The wing leader's dragons all rear back, including Kath, but Solus holds his ground, his tongue curling when Terran's chest expands. You do not have the right to burn what is mine. His words consume all my mental pathways as Terran lets loose an earth-shattering roar in Solus's direction. Everyone slams their hands over their ears, including me, my entire body vibrating with the sound hot air blasting the back of my neck. The wing leaders' dragons take a step to the side of the wall as the roar ends, away from the orange dagger tail. But Stolas stands firm, his eye narrowing to a golden slit. Holy shit, Nadine whispers. That about sums it up. Terran extends his neck forward, high above our squad, then snaps his teeth together loudly in Solus's direction, in a clear threat. My heart races so fast it practically hums. Solus let loose a short, rasping snarl, then swings his head in a serpentine motion. His claws grip and ungrip the edge of the wall, and I hold my breath until he launches skyward, his wings beating quickly as he retreats. Terran lifts his head, watching the flight before he turns his attention to the dais and exhales a sulfur-laced gust of steam, blowing Varish's thick black hair. I think he got the message, I say to Terran. If Solus comes near you again, he knows I will devour his human whole, and let him rot within me while his heart still beats. And then I'll take the eye that I so graciously left him. That's graphic. I'm not touching the question of their history, with waves of anger still rolling off Terran like a thunderstorm. The warning should be effective. For now. He retracts, drawing back for power before he leaps from the wall, his wing beats kicking up the gravel around us as he takes off. Panchek returns to the podium, but his hand isn't exactly steady as he swipes at the thinning hair on his head, the medals on his chest. Well then, where were we? Varish glares at me, his hatred a palpable taste in my mouth, and I know that even if he hasn't been an enemy before, he sure as Dune is now. Alright, that was chapter 8. When we come back, when we come back from our little break here, we will read chapter 9. Alrighty, guys. We're going to take a quick break. For anybody who's watching on Twitch, I will be running an ad. But yeah, I will see you all in a bit. Oh, Betty. Um. Alright, time for chapter 9. Ooh, chapter 9. The next morning, I wake up in a cold sweat, the sky pale with every light through my east-facing window. My body flooded with adrenaline from the nightmare. Like every morning since Zayden left, I wrap my knees tight and dress quickly, pulling the flexible summer uniform meant for sparring over my armor. The pull sorry. And plaiting my hair in a single loose braid as I head out of my room. My heart still pounds as I jog down the spiral steps, my brain unable to shake the nightmares that come so vividly while I sleep. When I sleep. I swallow back the bile rising in my throat. One of the venom got away in Resin, red veins spidering away from his malevolent eyes. Who knows how many more there are, making their way toward our border while we rest. On the ground floor, first years scurry to their newly assigned chore duties, but the courtyard is blissfully empty. The air thick with humidity, yet mercifully cooler than yesterday, thanks to the storm rolling in. I hold the heel of my boot to the back of my thigh, stretching the muscle despite copious amounts of Winifred's ointment. The skin on of sorry, the skin of my back is still tender from yesterday's burn, and but it's 100 times better than it was last night. Hasn't anyone told you that a perk of being a second year is the extra hours of sleep you get to have without chores? Imogen asks as she approaches. Her footsteps light on the gravel. Yeah, which I'm sure is great for people who can sleep. I stretch the other leg. Oh, what are you doing? Going with you. She stretches too, rolling her neck at the same time. But what I can't figure out is why the hell you've been running every morning. My stomach howls or hollows. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. How would you know that I've been running every morning? If Zayden thinks I need someone watching out for me this year, I shake my head, unable to finish that sentence. He was supposed to visit yesterday, but never showed, much to Taryn's aggravation and my worry. Relax. Zayden doesn't know. My room is right above yours, and let's just say I'm not sleeping very well either. Her gaze darts towards the rotunda as a group of cadets walks out. Dane, Sawyer, Rhiannon, Bodhi. I recognize most as Fourth Wing leadership. Rhee and Sawyer spot us immediately and head our way. So, why are we running, Sorengale? Imogen asks, finishing her stretches. Because I generally suck at it, I answer. I'm good in short bursts, but anything longer than that, I won't make it. Not to mention it's hell on my joints. Imogen's gaze snaps to mine, her eyes widening. Bodhi's farther back and starts our way. His walk is so similar to Zayden's stride that I almost do a double take. What are you doing up? Rhiannon asks, tucking a notebook under her arm as she and Sawyer reach us. I could ask you the same, I force a smile, but I'm guessing it's a leadership meeting? Yes. Concern creases her brow, and she studies my face. Are you all right? Absolutely. Good meeting? It's a pathetic attempt to normal conversation, given the scenes from Reston still replaying through my head from my nightmare. It was fine, Sawyer answers. They moved Bodhi Duran from tail section to flame. We had to do some reconstructing since as seen as most of Third Squad was torched yesterday. Rhiannon adds. Right, that makes sense. I glance over her shoulder and gauge I have about 5 seconds before Bodhi reaches us. If he knows I'm struggling, there's no doubt he'll tell Zayden. And I really don't need that conversation right now. Listen, I have to get going. Going where? Rhiannon asks. Running, I answer truthfully. She draws her head back, her brow furrowing deeper. You never run. It's a good time to start, I try to joke. She glances between Imogen and me. With Imogen? Yep, Imogen replies. Apparently we're runners now. Bodhi arrives in time to hear that, his eyebrows rising. Together? Rhiannon's gaze keeps bouncing to Imogen, me, and back again. I don't understand. If you can't lie, you keep your distance. Nothing to understand. We're just running. My smile is so tight, I think my entire face might fracture with the effort it takes to keep it there. Bodhi's gaze narrows. But what if you don't make it in time for breakfast? We will, Imogen promises. If we leave right now. She glances at Bodhi. I've got this. Let them go, Bodhi says. But Rhiannon starts, her gaze searching mine, as if she can see right through me. Imogen's been training me since last year, but Rhi knows we aren't exactly friends. Let them go, he repeats. And this time, it's not a suggestion, but an order. From her section leader. I'll see you later, Rhi asks. Later, I agree. Unsure I meant it as I turn without another word and jog across the courtyard towards the tunnel. The gravel is shit for traction, making it harder, but that's fine. I need harder. Imogen catches me within a few strides. What do you mean you won't make it? What? I pause at the door. You said you won't make it. Imogen gets to the handle before I do and holds the door shut. When I asked you why you're running, what did you mean? For a second, I debate not telling her, but she was there too. She's not sleeping either. Soliel didn't. My gaze locks with her, and her expression doesn't change. Swear to the gods, nothing phases her. I envy that. She was on the ground when she killed her. The way she channeled, it drained everything from the land, everything touching the land, including Soliel and fuel. I watched it happen. I watched it happen every night when I watch it happen every night when I close my eyes. It spreads so quickly, and I know I can't outrun it. Not if I'm too far from Terran. I'm not fast enough for any considerable distance. I try to swallow the tightness in my throat, but the knot seems to live there lately. Yet, Imogen says, yanking the door to the tunnel open, we're not fast enough yet. But we'll be able to. Let's go. It's weird as hell that to be all the way up here, Riddick says from my left, as we sit in the first battle brief of the academic year that day, looking down at where the first years take up more than a third of the room. It's standing room only in a giant tiered classroom for the third years behind us. This is the only place in the quadrant besides the gathering hall, designed to hold all the Rider cadets. But it will take a few weeks of death rolls before we can all sit in front of the story's tall map of the continent. It reminds me of the one in Brennan's briefing room in Arisha. He thinks we only have 6 months until Venom channel the war or challenge the wards, and yet there's not a single indication on this map. View is a little better, Nadine remarks from his other side. Definitely easier to see the higher portions of the map, Rhiannon agrees, at my right, taking out her supplies and settling them on the desktop before her. Did you have a good run this morning? I'm not sure I'd call it good, but it was effective. I put my notebook on and pen on the table, wincing at the pain shooting up my shins, and reinforce my shields. Keeping them up at all times is harder than I thought, and Tyrion loves to remind me when they slip. Look at all those first years with their quills and ink, Riddick remarks, leaning forward to look down at the underclassmen. There once was a time we didn't have lesser magic to power ink pens, Nadine reports. Stop acting superior. We are superior, he grins. Nadine rolls her eyes, and I can't fight my smile. Professor Devera walks down Professor Devera walks down the narrow set of stone steps on our left that follow the tiers of seats. Her favorite longsword strapped to her back. Her black hair is a little shorter since I saw her last, and there's a fresh, jagged wound along the rich mahogany skin of her biceps. I heard she spent last week with the Southern Wing, Rhiannon says quietly. My stomach tenses, and I wonder what, if anything, she saw. Welcome to your first battle brief, Professor Devere announces. I tune out as she gives the same speech as last year, and warns the first years not to be surprised if the third years are called into service early to man the mid-guard posts and or shadow the forward wings. Her gaze rakes over them before she raises her attention to the seconds, her eyes crinkling for a heartbeat as she flashes a proud smile at me before continuing upward as she explains how necessary it is for us to understand the current affairs of our borders. This is also the only class where you will not only answer to a writer as your professor, but a scribe as well, she finishes, lifting her hand toward the stairs. Colonel Markham lifts the corner of his cream-colored robes as he descends, heading for this recessed floor of the lecture hall. My muscles lock, and I fight the urge to flick one of my daggers into his traitorous back. He knows everything. He has to. He wrote the fucking textbook on Navarian history that all writers are taught from. And until last year, I was his star pupil. The one he'd handpicked to succeed in the scribe quadrant. I need to, have a notice. How many times I say scribe instead of scribe. Oh, there's a nickel. You'll respect Colonel Markham as you would any other professor, Professor Devera says. He is the foremost authority at Besgaiath when it comes to all matters not only of our history, but current events as well. Some of you may not know this, but information from the front is actually received at Besgaiath before it's sent to the king in Chaldeer, so you'll be hearing it first here. I glance down the tiers to where Eric sits beside Sloane in the row with our squad's first years. And to his credit, he doesn't flinch or even fidget in his seat. One good look, and Markham will know who he is. But with that haircut, if he keeps his head down, he's got a shot at blending in. At least until his father sounds the alarm that he's missing from his gold-plated bed in Chaldeer. First discussion point, Markham says, when he reaches the floor of the hall, his silver eyebrows knitting. There were not one but 2 attacks on our border by drifts of griffins in the past week. A murmur goes through the hall. The first, Professor Devera says as she lifts her hand and uses lesser magic to move one of the flag markers from the side of the map to the border we share with the Bravik province of Peromiel, was near the village of Sapine, high in the Espen Mountains. An hour's flight from Montserrat. The only sound is pen and quill against parchment as we take notes. Here's what we can tell you, Markham says, folding his hands behind his back. The drift attacked 2 hours past midnight, when all but a few villagers were asleep. It was unprovoked, but because Sapine is one of the villages that lies beyond the wards, The violence went undetected by the eastern wing for some matter of hours. My shoulders dip, but I keep writing because only to look up at, or pausing only to look up at the map. That village is at 8,000 feet, an altitude unpleasant for griffins. What were they looking for? Maybe I should have spent last night reading about what's in those mountains instead of 600-year-old political ramifications of establishing our war college here and not in Chaldeer to the west. The drift was routed by three dragons on patrol from the local outpost. But by the time they arrived, most of the damage most of the damage had been done. Supplies were stolen, homes were burned. The last Griffin flyer was found in some of the local caves above the village, though neither he nor his Griffin could tell us the motivation for attack, as they were both burned on sight. Hard for prisoners to talk about the venom when they've been fighting if they are dead. That's what they get, Riddick mutters, shaking his head, going after civilians. But were they? Markham didn't mention civilian casualties, only destruction. I look up over my shoulder at where Imogen stands with Bodhi and Quinn, her arms folded over her chest. She glances down at me, her mouth tightening before she gives her attention back to Markham. Shit, I want to be standing up there with them, asking what they really think. Or even with Aya, who's with her third-year squad up in the corner. We might not be close, but at least she knows the truth. More than anything, I want to talk to Xaden. I want answers he's not willing to give me. And for the second, Professor DeVere continues, moving another flag, this one to the south. My breakfast churns in my stomach when she puts a flag in place. The outpost of Athben was attacked 3 days ago. I gasp, and the pen falls from my hand, hitting the desk loudly in the quiet room. Are you all right? Rhiannon whispers. Something you have to say, Cadet Sorengale? Markham asks, cocking his head and looking at me in that characteristically unreadable expression he's so fond of. But the challenge I've often seen when he used to try and dig a correct answer out of me is there in a simple lift of his brow. I know he's well aware of what happened beyond our borders, but did Colonel Atos tell him that I know, too? No, sir, I answer, grabbing my pen before it can roll off my desk. I was startled, that's all. As far as I know from what you taught me in preparation for the scribe quadrant, outposts are rarely ever attacked directly. And he leans back against the desk in the center of the floor, tapping a finger along the side of his bulbous nose. And Montserrat was also directly attacked in the last year, so I can't help but wonder if this tactic is becoming more commonly used by our enemy. Interesting thought. It's something we're considering among scribes. The smile on his face is anything but friendly as he pushes off the desk, clasping his hands behind his robes as he nods at me. We usually start with first years, Professor DeVere says, cutting a look at Colonel Markham, finishing the details we can give you about the Athben attack. It occurred a little before midnight, while 9 of the 12 dragons stationed there were still out on their patrols. The enemy totals were around 24 from what we can tell, and they were defeated by the three present dragons with help from the infantry. 2 Griffin riders made it to the lower level of the outpost before being caught and killed. Shields, Terran growls, and I build them back up. I didn't even notice they slipped. They should be like clothes at this point, he lectures, snapping a little more than usual. I'm sorry? Surely you'd feel a breeze when you forgot or were you to forget putting them on? Point made. This isn't where you guys were sent? Isn't that where you guys were sent? Rhiannon asks. Athben? I nod, hoping none of those flyers were the ones who fought with us at Ressen. The first years start when it's time for questions. What was the Griffin's chosen formation when for the attack on Athben? A typical V. Are the two attacks connected? We have no reason to believe so. The questions go on, and none of them getting to the heart of the matter, which makes me look at the cadets below us with a healthy dose of skepticism that they aren't the typical thinkers they need to be. Then again, maybe the other years felt that way about us last year. Finally, Devera opens the floor to the other years. Rhiannon's hand shoots up, and Devera calls on her. Do you think it's possible that the enemy knew the outpost had been emptied for war games and was trying to take advantage of the situation? She asks. Exactly. Professor Devera and Markham share a look. We do, Professor Devera finally answers. But the delay would show a lag in the timing of their information, correct? Rhiannon continues. The outpost was only empty for what? A few days? 5 days to be precise, Markham answers. And this attack occurred 8 days after it was reoccupied. His gaze skates over mine, then lifts to the rows above. The Paramial trading post nearby, Ressen, was leveled by Paramish unrest a couple of weeks ago, and we think that may be helping disrupt their communication lines about our outpost. Paramish unrest? Power rises within me so quickly that my skin heats. Devera glances sideways at Markham. We don't usually give you the answers. Markham chuckles and dips his head. My apologies, Professor Devera. I must not be at my best today. Too little sleep in the last few days. Happens to the best of us. I raise my hand and Devera calls on me. Where in the outpost were the Griffin riders found? Near the armory. Shit. I nod. They were raiding the outpost for weapons. Our wards might not reach that far, but I bet my life a cache of daggers was moved there, if leadership knew Venin were in the vicinity. Brennan can't supply even a fraction of the drifts. Of course, they're going to fight to steal weaponry. We need to smuggle more out. What would you do if you were in command of the riot at the Athben outpost? She asks the room, then calls on Caroline Ashton when she raises her hand. I'd double the patrol for the next few weeks in a show of force, and maybe considering raising a few Poromish border villages, she suggests. Rhiannon scoffs quietly. Remind me to never get on her bad side, Riddick mutters. In retaliation, Dean interrupts. That's not our way. Read the codex about the rules of engagement, Ashton. Says the man who sent me to my death. He's right, Devere answers. We defend our borders with lethal force, but we don't take war to civilians. We just don't bother saving them either. But does she know that? Shit. Can I trust anyone around here? But maybe the whole report is wrong. Maybe it was Wyvern and Venin attacking, not Griffins. Maybe the entire presentation is a well-crafted lie. How many riders were wounded at the Athben attack, given that one was killed? I ask. 4 of us, Devera answers, pointing to her arm, including me. This is courtesy of a rider with an excellent aim of her bow. So much for the not Griffin idea. We're excused for another half hour of current events, and I ditch my squad to the crowd, searching for Bodhi. He's nearly at the steps of the briefing room before I catch up to him. Sorengale? He asks after we made it through the bottleneck of the doors. I want to help, I whisper. Maybe I can do more than just read. For fuck's sake. He takes my elbow and pulls me into an alcove, towering over me with that look of exasperation. I have direct instructions to keep you as far away from helping as possible. He's not even here, and he's still giving you orders? I adjust the strap of my bag on my shoulder, and as most of the quadrant funnels past. That tactic isn't going to work on me, because yes. He shrugs and scratches a pen into the cast of his arm. And I thought you were the more reasonable of the group, I sigh. Look, if I can help, then maybe we can prevent what I am assuring are supply runs. Talking in codes is ridiculous, but anyone could be listening. Give me a job. Oh, I am the most reasonable of the group. He flashes a grin, leaning back on his heels. I also don't have a death wish. Survive second year and strengthen your shield, Sorengale. That's your job. She's trying to talk you into letting her join the shenanigans, Imogen asks, stopping alongside us. Trying is the precise words. Wait a second. Bodhi says, only trying. He walks off into the crowd. How are we expected to go back to class like nothing happened? I asked Imogen as we walk out into the flow of cadets heading for the main staircase of the academic wing. You're supposed to act like nothing happened, Imogen says, quietly waving at Quinn, who's waiting ahead with Rhiannon. That's the deal we all made when we came here. She moves her bag, twisting her wrist so her rebellion relic is front and center between us. And like it or not, you're one of us now. Well, as close as you can get without one of these. I shift my heavy pack on my shoulder and nod, realizing I know too little to actually help the marked ones and too much to speak frankly to my friends. Hey, Imogen says to Quinn. Lunch? Absolutely, Quinn answers. The two walk ahead while Rhiannon falls back to keep pace with me. Doesn't Quinn usually eat lunch with her girlfriend? Rhi asks. Yes, but she graduated. Right, she says, and lowers her voice. I wanted to talk to you before breakfast, but didn't get a chance. I think the school is hiding something from us. I nearly trip over my own boots, but catch my balance before I can make a fool out of myself. I'm sorry? She can't know. She just can't. I barely survived losing Liam. I can't fathom anything happening to her. I think there's something going on in the healer quadrant, she says, losing her voice. I tried to take a first year to see Nolan yesterday after formation turned into a fire pit. And he looked like absolute shit. I mean, the man could barely stand. And when I went to ask him if he was all right, the new vice commandant said he had more important things to do than talk to cadets and basically escorted him to that little door in the back of the infirmary, which is now guarded. I think they're hiding something back there. I open and shut my mouth a couple of times, torn between confusion and relief. Maybe they've brought some of the injured riders from the outposts for mending. I offer. The backlog would explain why Bodhi is still in a cast. She shakes her head. Since when do a few broken bones wreck a mender? Maybe they brought in a prisoner from Paramiel. Riddick forces his way in between us, and Nolan keeps healing them as Varish breaks them. I heard one of the third years say that's Varish, that's what Varish is known for, torture. And you're known for eavesdropping, Rhi says. Rhi shakes her head. Instead of eating lunch with my friends, I take a quick excuse and take my tray to the little library alcove in Commons to finish reading United Navarre, A Study in Survival. Sadly, after an hour hunched over the tome, I realize I already know most of the facts it regurgitates about the triumph of unification and the sacrifices made by both humans and dragons to establish peace. Disappointment stings like a paper cut. Naturally, the secrets of word building weren't going to be in the first book I researched, but it would have been a pleasant surprise for something to be easy. I contemplate asking Jacinia for a volume more focused on the first six writers as I change for assessment back in my room, then head to the gym and meet my squad on the edge of the mat. I hate assessment day, I mutter, taking the spot between Ree and Nadine. Can't blame you after the way yours went last year, Riddick teases as he steps up next to Sawyer. The first match begins between two of our first years, and I can't help but notice Ree glancing my way every few minutes. By the end, Vicia, the repeat, has trampled the brutish girl with shocking red curls who'd thrown up on Arik yesterday, and Ree's all but frowning at me. And she's not the only one. Sloane is staring like she might actually be capable of glaring me to death. And as she shifts her weight continuously on the left side of the mat. Baylor Norris and Miss 11, Professor Emeterios, our squad's combat teacher, shouts at the first years beside Sloane, then tilts his shaven head down at the clipboard in his beefy hands. Shit, I nearly didn't want to know their names. The stocky guy with nervous eyes faces off against the brunette, who couldn't stop biting her nails yesterday. You alright? I ask Ree as the brunette somehow flips the muscly one onto his back. Impressive. Should I be asking you that? Ree responds, lowering her voice to a whisper. Are you mad at me? What? I rip my attention from the way the girl is handing the guy his ass to look at her. Why would I be mad at you? Between the running and not eating lunch with us, it kind of feels like you're avoiding me. And it's ridiculous, but all I can think is that maybe you're pissed that I chose Sawyer as executive officer yesterday instead of you. And if that's the case, then let's talk about it. Wait, what? No. I shake my head, my hand holding my stomach. Not at all. Not at all. I am the worst possible choice for executive officer, considering I have to fly off to Samara every 2 weeks so Taryn can see Sigil. Right? She nods, relief softening her brown eyes. That was exactly my thought. Sawyer is a great choice, and I have zero aspiration to leadership. I'm only trying to get by unnoticed over here. Not mad in the least. So you're not avoiding me? Ree asks. Oh, I gotta restart this music. I would have made a kick-ass executive officer, Nadine interrupts, saving me from having to answer. But at least you didn't choose Riddick. He would have seen the whole thing as a platform to crack more jokes. Guess we're not being as quiet as we think we are. Misha firmly trounces Baylor, and Emeterio calls the next pair to the mat. Sloane Mari and, he reads from his roll, Arik Greycastle. I want her instead, Sloane says, pointing a dagger at me. She has to be kidding, but she's not. Sighing, I cross my arms and shake my head at Liam's little sister. God, Sloane, Imogen snorts, laughing off to the right, where she watches with Quinn. You really feel like dying on your first day? Did she compliment you? Rhiannon whispers. Oddly enough, I think so. I can take her, Sloane fires back, white-knuckling her knife. From what your letter said last year, her joints pop right out. How hard can it be? Seriously? I shoot a reproachful look at Imogen. I can explain. Imogen puts her hands over her heart. You see, I didn't like you last year, remember? You're kind of an acquired taste. Great, I appreciate that. I quip back sarcastically. I couldn't care less about whatever grudge you think you hold against Sorengale, Mari, Emeterio sighs, size like this last year has already exhausted him. I know who trained her, and I'm not unleashing her on a first year. He lifts a dark browed Imogen. I, too, made an error last year. He turns back to Sloane. The corners of his mouth slashing down. Now disarm and take your place against Greycastle. Slow hands off her weapons and faces Arik, who easily has about 5 inches and years of private combat tutoring on her. But she's Liam's sister, so there's a chance she'll be able to hold her own. Did someone say Sorengale? A deep voice asks from behind us. Our line of second years all glance over shoulders at the bullish first year who threw that scrawny one off the parapet. There's a second wing patch on his shoulder as he lumbers forward, his hands at his sides. Popular today, aren't you? Nadine whispers, with a smile pivoting playful toward the first year. Hi, I'm Violet Sorengale. She points at her purple hair. See? Like my hair. Do you have a message for... He grabs hold of her head and twists, snapping her neck. Woo! That's a way to end a chapter. So that's chapter 9. We're halfway through today's reading. When we come back from break, we will start chapter 10. Alright. See you guys in a bit. Alright. We're back to reading. Woohoo. We have 3 more chapters left. For today. Alright, chapter 10. I stare in shock for the length of a heartbeat as the first year drops Nadine's body to the ground. It falls with a sickening thud, her head twisted at an unnatural angle. She's dead. No, not again. Nadine! Rhiannon yells, rushing to kneel at her side. Nadine? The first year asks, his thick eyebrows knitting into one. What the hell do you think you're doing? Emeterio barks. No one interferes, I demand. And my 2 daggers, and 2 of my daggers are in hand before I ever realize I've reached for them. The giant jerks his gaze from Nadine's body to my daggers, to my hair. I'm Violet Sorengale. My heart pounds, but no one else will die in my name. Using a pinch grip, I don't wait for his response, flinging both daggers, but he's fast for someone his size and throws up his arms, where both my blades sink to the hilt. Damn it! Violet! Indarna shouts. Sleep! I slam my shields up to block everything. Everyone out. Xaden's gone. Protecting me is what killed Liam. It doesn't matter why this guy is trying to kill me. Either I'm strong enough to survive, or I'm not. The first year rips the bloody daggers out of his forearms in quick succession with an angry grunt, letting them clatter to the ground. His mistake. He might be almost a foot taller, but he'll need those blades if he wants to kill me. His build, though, that's enough to be hard to overcome. Stop going for bigger moves that expose you. Xaden's words from last year ring in my head as if he is standing right beside me. I have no use I have to use what I have. My speed to my advantage. I charge towards him at a run, and he swings meaty fists at my head, but I drop to my knees before they can make contact. Ignoring the shattering pain in my legs from impact, I use my momentum to slide by, clipping the tendons alongside his knees as I pass. He yells and falls forward like a fucking tree, slamming into the floor. Violet! Dane shouts from somewhere behind me. I scramble to my feet and turn back to the giant, who's already flipped himself onto his back as if impervious to pain. But he can't stand with what I've done to him. He can, however, reach for one of the daggers he dropped and throw it at me, which he does. Shit! I spin sideways to avoid my own blade, and he kicks out with the leg I didn't slice. His boot catches me behind my thigh. The blow cuts my feet out from under me, and all I see is ceiling as I fall back, smashing my hip with the full force of my weight. Pain blinds me for a heartbeat when my head smacks against the floor, white hot and so sharp my ears ring. But at least I have stabbed myself with my blades. Or at least I haven't stabbed myself with my blades. One is still in my hand, but my eyes blur and tell me it's really 2. The first year grabs hold of my right thigh and pulls, dragging me with the distinct squeaking sound of leather against the shiny floor. If I put my dagger through his hand, I'll strike with my own muscle. Or I'll strike my own muscle. So I swipe out at his arm instead, my reach only catching him with a cut across the forearm. My heart launches into my throat as people around me yell my name, but they can't interfere. I'm a second year, and this asshole isn't in my squad. His grip secure, he drags me feet first towards him, his puddled blood soaking the back of my neck and wetting my hair. If I don't get free, I'm dead. I bring up my left leg and kick as soon as I'm close enough to catching him in the jaw, but he doesn't let go. Tenacious bastard. A crunch sound with my next kick breaking his nose. Blood flies, but he shakes it off, lurching upward and rolling onto me, pinning me to the floor with his incomprehensible weight. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I swing out with my knife, but he catches my right hand, pinning my wrist to the ground. Then he wraps his hand around my throat and squeezes. Fucking die already, he seethes, his voice blending into the ringing in my ears as he lowers his face to mine. There's no air as his grip tightens on my windpipe. Secrets die with the people who keep them, he whispers, bringing his nose an inch from mine. His eyes are light brown, but rimmed in red, as though he's on some kind of drug. Atos. Fear floods my mind, breaking past my shields, but it's not mine. I can't focus on Terran's fear. That way lies shock and death. And I'm not about to die under some no-name first year. My vision tunnels as I grab one of my daggers, sheathed along my ribs, and my free left hand draws quickly and plunge the blade into the giant's back, angling right there where Zayden taught me. His kidney. Once, twice, thrice. I lose count as I stab over and over and over until the grip on my throat releases until the first year sags on top of me. He's dead weight. My lungs filled to expand as I put the last one, of my strength into shoving him off me. He's heavier than an ox, but I managed to push him sideways enough to slide out from under him. Air, beautiful, precious air, fills my chest and I gasp for it. Breathing past the fire in my throat, I stare up at the beams of the ceiling. Pain. My entire body is nothing but pain. Violet? Dane's voice shakes as he crouches beside me. Are you all right? Secrets die with the people who keep them. No, I'm not all right. His father just tried to have me assassinated. I force myself to the familiar headspace beyond the pain and roll to my hands and knees. Nausea sweeps through me in waves, and I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth until I can push it back. Say something, Dane begs in a frantic whisper. I walk back on my hands until I'm kneeling, then arch my neck, wincing as I pull breath after breath. Vi, he stands and offers me a hand, and the worry in his familiar eyes. Fuck no. I throw all my energy into my shields. Don't touch me. I grind out, my voice like sandpaper, and stand slowly more than aware of the numbers of eyes on me. My head spins, but I fight the dizziness as I retrieve all 5 of my daggers. Everyone in the nearby area watches as I bend over and use the dead first year's uniform to wipe the blood off my blades before sheathing them. The fear flooding my pathways changes to relief. I'm all right, I tell Terran and Andarna. Matthias and Henrik, take the bodies, Dane orders. At least I think it's him. The ringing in my ears muffles everything further than 12 inches away. Emeterio appears before me. May I touch you? He asks. Clearly, I made that demand of Dane rather loudly. I nod, making sure my shields are in place, and Emeterio grasps my face, searching my eyes. He blocks the light, then shifts his hand. A fresh wave of nausea churns in my stomach. You're concussed. Want to skip the rest of the session? He drops his hands from my face and holds me steady by gripping my arms when I sway. No, I'm not leaving assessment day the same way I did last year. I've got her, Imogen says, taking my elbow. Emeterio's mouth purses, his dark eyes narrowing. I'm not going to kill her, or I'm not going to try and kill her this year. Promise. She draws me to her side and doesn't hold on to me, but just lets me lean a little. Fine, a lot. You were just strangled, Cadet Sorengale, Emeterio reminds me. Not the first time, I respond, the razor blades in my throat making my voice raspy. I'll heal. I'm staying. He sighs, but eventually nods and heads back to his place at the head of the mat, picking up the clipboard he apparently dropped. Atos sent him. I whispered to Imogen. I think we're being targeted. Gods, I hope that's not why Zayden didn't show yesterday. Her green eyes flare a second before Riddick appears at my other side, his shoulder brushing mine. Damn, Sorengale, he mutters, offering me an arm I don't take. That's all. It's always something, isn't it? I try to smile at the two of them, or as the two of them walk slowly back to the edge of the mat, giving me enough support that I don't fall to either side. He was probably sent as a message to your mother, Emeterio says, shaking his head. Same thing happened to your older sister during her years. The first years stare in wide horror as I glance around the bloody mat, noting that Rhiannon, Dane, and Sawyer are missing. Right, because they have to take Nadine and the nameless first year's body. Nadine is dead because she said she was me. Heavy eye prickling sorrow threatens to take me out at my throbbing knees, but I can't allow myself to feel it. I can't let it in. Not with everyone watching. Whew. It goes into the box where I keep every other overwhelming emotion. Salone and Arik stand in the middle of the mat, watching me with varying shades of shock on their face. There's far more concern on Arik's face than Salone's. Is someone going to clean up the mess and fight, or what? I ask, ignoring the drip of thick liquid down the back of my neck. Standing here covered in his blood is better than lying there soaked in mine. And you wanted to take her on, Mari. One of the first years scoffs from across the mat. He has deep set brown eyes under angular brows and a wide square jaw. But I don't know his name. I don't fucking want to know his name. I already know Salone's and Arik's, and that's too much. I knew Nadine's. We stand shoulder to shoulder as the first years mop up the blood, then finish their assessment, and I focus on cataloging every single thing that's wrong with Salone's fighting style, which is a lot. In fact, she looks like she's spent nearly no time training for the quadrant. That can't be right. Liam was the best fighter in our year, and every marked one knows they have to report to the writer's quadrant when they're of age. Surely she's trained. You sure she's Liam's sister? Riddick asks. Yep, Imogen answers with a long sigh, but she sure wasn't fostered with fighters, and it shows. Arik puts her on her ass 6 times with little to no effort. Well, shit. This complicates some things, like keeping her alive. An hour later, I make it through physics under Rhee's watchful gaze, more than aware of the first year's blood drying on my skin and holding my head high when other cadets stare. It's easier once the ringing in my ears lessens, but I'm still nauseated as hell after class. I beg off from dinner and down Rhee's offer of help to get to my room. But slowly but surely, taking the steps up to the second year's floor, every bone, every muscle, every fiber of my being aches. A heartbeat before I reach for my door handle. I feel it, the familiar midnight-tinted shadow wrapping around my mind. Relief courses through me as I push open the door and see Zayden leaning against the wall between my desk and my bed. Looking ready to kill someone as usual, his arms folded over his chest. It's been 8 days, I croak, wincing. I know, he counters, pushing off the wall and crossing the room in a few steps. And from what Terrence showed Sigale, I should have told my commander to fuck off and gotten here sooner. He takes my face in his hands in a way that feels completely different from the way Emiterio had earlier, and the rage shining in his eyes is at odds with the gentleness of his touch as he takes shock of my injuries. The blood is his. My throat feels like I swallowed fire. Good. His jaw flexes as his grip drops to the bruises I know are around my neck. I don't even know what his name was. I know. His hands fall away, and I immediately mourn their loss. Colonel Atos sent him. He nods, the motion curt. I'm sorry I couldn't kill him first. The first year or Atos? Both. He doesn't smile at my attempt of a joke. Let's get you clean and wrapped up. You can't go around killing cadets. You're an officer now. Watch me. What's it like at Samara? I ask him hours later as I sit cross-legged on my bed, bathed and choking down the bowl of soup he brought up for me from the mess in the main campus. Every swallow hurts, but he's right. I can't afford to weaken myself by not eating. Oops, sorry. Look at you, asking questions. A corner of Zayden's mouth rises as he leans back, taking over the armchair in the corner of my room, sharpening his daggers on a strap of leather. He ditched the flight leathers while I was in the bath, but he somehow looks even better in his new uniform. I can't help but notice he didn't add patches to this one either. He'd only ever worn his wing leader insignia and wing designation while he was in the quadrant. I'm not fighting with you about your question game tonight. I shoot a glare his way, spotting the 2 tomes Jacinia loaned me on the bookshelf next to him. But any thought of telling him about my research disappeared at his reminder that I am not granted the full truth when it comes to him. Wanting you to ask what you want to know isn't a game. You and me, not a game. He drags his blade over the leather again and again, and Samara is different. The one-word answers aren't going to cut it. He looks up from his work. I have to prove myself all over again at what's arguably the cruelest outpost we have. It's annoying. I crack a smile. Leave it to Zayden to be annoyed. Do they treat you differently? You mean because of this? He taps the side of his neck with the flat of his blade, touching the relic. Yes. He shrugs. I think the last name does it more than the relic. The older writers are easier on Garrick, which I'm thankful for. I set the spoon down in the bowl. I'm sorry. It's nothing worse than... Ooh, sorry. It's nothing worse than what I've expected. And my signet enough is to give most of them pause. He puts a leather strap into his rucksack, then sheaths his last blade as he stands. You know what it's like. People judge you by your last name all the time. I think it's safe to say you have it worse. Only within the borders. He flips my armor over where it's drying on the back of my desk chair, then crosses the room to sit on the end of my bed. It's not as big as his was last year, but there's room for both of us if I ask him to stay, which I won't. It's hard enough to be this close and not kiss him. Sleeping next to him, I'd break for sure. Fair point. I put the bowl on my nightstand and pick up my brush and my gaze drifting to the door when I hear Rhiannon's voice in the hallway a second before she shuts her door. Which reminds me, did you board my room before from visitors before you left? Sorry. He nods. It's warded against sound, too. He crosses his ankle over his knee, keeping his boots off my bed. One way, of course. You can hear what's going on out there, but they can't hear what's going on in here. figured you might like your privacy. For all the people I can't bring in, you can bring in whomever you want, he counters. Really? Sarcasm drips my voice as I drag my brush through my damp hair, because Rhiannon tried to walk in and ended up on the other side of the hallway. The corners of his mouth lift into a glimpse of a smile. Tell her to hold your hand next time. The only way in here is by touching you. Wait, I pause, then finish pulling the brush through my snagged ends. So you didn't ward it for only you and me. It's your room, Violet. His eyes track the movement of the brush through my hair, and the way his fingers curl in his laps makes me swallow hard. The room is warded to let in whomever you pull through. He clears his throat and shifts his weight as I finish another pass with the brush. And selfishly, me. I fucking love your hair. If you ever want to bring me to my knees or win an argument, just let it down. I'll get to the point. Or I'll get the point. Sorry, that was a... My breath catches at the memory. Has it really been a few months since he said that? It feels simultaneously like forever, and yesterday. You warded my room for complete privacy for me and anyone I want to bring in. I lift my eyebrows at him, in case I feel like doing whatever you want. The heart in his gaze makes my breath catch. No one will hear a thing, even if you reckon are more. I fumble the brush as it falls into my lap, but I quickly recover. Kind of. This particular one seems pretty solid. Nothing like the flimsy piece I had in my room last year. The one we accidentally burned into firewood the first time we'd gotten our hands on each other. Is that a challenge? He glances at the furniture. Because I guarantee we can take it down once you're healed. No one's ever fully healed around here. Good point. Just say the words, Violet. The way he looks at me is enough to raise my temperature a few degrees. It only takes 3. 3 words. Oh, like hell I'm going to tell him that I want him. He already has too much power over me. Can and should are 2 different things, I managed to say. My willpower when it comes to Xaden is pure shit. One touch, and I'll be back in his arms, accepting whatever he deems as enough of the truth instead of the full access I deserve. No need. And we definitely shouldn't. Then tell me how your week was instead. He changes topic smoothly. I couldn't watch them all, I admit, at Parapet. I tried, but I couldn't. You were on the tower? His brow furrows. Yes, I shift, tucking my sore knees to the side. I promised Liam I'd help Sloane, and I couldn't do that from the courtyard. His sarcastic laugh escapes my lips, and she fucking hates me. It's impossible to hate you. He stands and walks to where his rucksack is, leaned up against the wall. Trust me, I tried. Trust me, she does. She actually wanted to challenge me at assessment. I leaned back against my headboard. She blames me for Liam's death. Not that she's wrong. Liam's death wasn't your fault, he interrupts, his body going rigid. It was mine. If Sloane wants to hate anyone, she can aim it all right here. He taps his chest as he turns, setting his rucksack on the desk. It wasn't your fault. It's not the first time we've had this argument, and something tells me it won't be the last. I guess there's enough guilt for 2 to carry. It was. He opens the top and rifles through the bag. Xaden, how many candidates fell this year? He pulls out a folded paper, then closes the bag. Too many. Even now, I can hear some of their screams. It's always too many. He sits on my bed again, this time close enough that my knees brush his thigh. And it's okay that you couldn't watch the younger ones die. It means you're still you. As opposed to turning into someone else, my stomach twists at the flat expression on his face. The wall mentioning Liam's death puts solidity between us. Because I feel like I am. I don't even want to know the first year's names. I don't want to know them. I don't want it to hurt when they die. What does that make me? A second year, he says it matter-of-factly, the same way he's declared that he couldn't save every marked one last year. Only the ones willing to help themselves. Sometimes I forget how ruthless he is. How ruthless he can be on my behalf. I've seen death before, I respond. I was practically surrounded by it last year. It's not the same. Seeing our friends, our equals, die on the gauntlet at threshing, in challenges, or even in battle is one thing. Everyone in here is just fighting to survive, and it prepares us for what happens out there. But when it's the younger candidates, he shakes his head and leans forward. I grip my brush and keep from reaching for him. What the hell is going on in here? The first year is when some of us lose our lives, he says, softly tucking my damp hair behind my ear. The second year is when the rest of us lose our humanity. It's all part of the process of turning us into effective weapons, and don't forget for a second that that's the mission here. Desensitizing us to death? He nods. A knock sounds at the door, and I startle, but can't help but notice Zayden doesn't. He sighs and stands, heading for the door. Already? He asks after opening it, blocking me from view, or blocking the view from me. Already, I recognize Bodhi's voice. Give me a minute. Zayden shuts the door without waiting for a response. Let me come with you. I swing my feet over the side of the bed. No. He crouches in front of me, putting us at eye level, the parchment from his bag still clutched in his fist. Sleep is the fastest way to heal, unless you plan on seeking out Nolan. And from what I hear, he's hard to come by these days. You need sleep too, I protest around the dread feeling my throat. We only have hours, and I'm not ready for him to go. You flew for half a day. I have a lot to get done before morning. Let me help. Shit, now I'm begging. Not yet. He reaches out to cut my face, then drops his hand as if rethinking the move. But I need you to pay close attention to what happens when you leave in 7 days with Taryn. He presses the paper into my hand. Until then, here. What is this? I spare a glance downward, but it only looks like folded parchment. You told me once that I was scared you might not like me if you got to really know me. I remember. Every time we're together, we're training or fighting. There's a lot of time for long walks by the river or whatever passes for romance around here. Oh, there's not a lot, sorry. He squeezes my hand gently, but I can feel every callus he's built from mastering his weaponry. But I told you I'd find a way to let you in. And right now, this is all I have. My gaze jerks to his, and my heart flies into my throat. I'll see you at Samara. He stands and grabs his rucksack and the two swords leaned up against the wall next to the door. How do I find you once I'm there? My fingers clench the folded parchment. I've never even seen Samara. Mom has never been stationed there. He turns at the door and looks back at me, holding my gaze. 3rd floor, south wing, 2nd door on the right. The wards will let you in. His barracks rooms. Let me guess. Worded for sound to let in you, me, and anyone else you tug through? The idea of him using that soundproofing for breaking armoires with someone else is enough to curdle the soup in my stomach. We might not be together, but jealousy is not exactly a rational emotion. No, Violet. He lifts both swords overhead, then slips them into their sheaths on the pack behind him with practiced expertise and a hint of a smirk. Just you and me. He's gone before I can even think of a reply. With trembling hands, I unfold the paper and smile. Zayden Ryerson wrote me a letter. Oh. Alright, so that's the end of chapter 10. We're going to take a quick little break and then we will come back with chapter 11. Alright, guys, so yeah, we're going to take a quick little break right here and we'll be back in a bit with chapter 11. Alright, sorry that break took a little longer than planned. I was I had a little bit of fun making a quick little TikTok. Alright, let's get in, shall we? Start chapter 11. Ooh, almost lost my spot there. A smile curving my lips, I brace my hands on the top of my head and walk off the stitch in my side, or walk off the stitch in my side as Imogen and I finish our post-run cooldown a few mornings later, entering the courtyard a full hour before breakfast is set to be served. He wrote me a letter, and I've read it so many times. I already have it memorized. There's nothing remotely dangerous in it. No secrets to the revolution or clues on how to help. But it's not like he can risk those by putting them in writing. No, this is even better. It's just about him. It's little details like the fact that he used to sit on the roof of Ryerson House during the rebellions in hope his father would come home and tell him it was all over. You've been grinning like a drunkard for the last 3 mornings, Imogen complains, ducking to check under the dais as we pass by. How is anyone that happy at sunrise? Can't blame her. I've been on edge since assessment day, too. So are Bodhi and Aya. No nightmares the last few days, and no one's up at this hour trying to kill me. My hands fall to my sides. I made it a little farther between walking breaks this time. Yes, because that's the reason. She rolls her neck. Why don't you take him back already? He doesn't trust me, I shrug. And I can't really trust him. It's complicated. But damn do I miss catching glimpses of him every day. Saturday can't get here soon enough. Besides, even if 2 people have unmatched chemistry, that doesn't mean they should be in a relationship beyond anything physical. Oh no, she shakes her head, then tucks a strand of pink hair behind her ear. I was finishing a conversation, not started one. I'm down for running and weight training with you, but you have friends to talk about your sex life with. Remember the ones I'm watching you actively avoid at every opportunity? Not going there. And we aren't friends? I question. We're, her face scrunches, co-conscriptors, with a vested interest in keeping each other alive. That only makes my smile bigger. Oh, don't go getting soft on me now. Her gaze narrows as she looks past me towards the outer wall. What in Dune's name would a scribe be doing in the quadrant at this hour? I startle at the sight of Jacinia waiting in one of the shadowed alcoves, tucked away like she's trying to hide. Relax. She's a friend. Imogen dishes out a heaping dose of side-eye. You're pretty much hiding from the second years, but befriending scribes? I'm distancing myself so I don't have to lie to them. And I've been friends with you know, or you know what? I don't owe you an explanation. I'm going to see what my friend needs. I increase my pace, but Imogen matches it. Hi, I sign to Jacinia as we near the alcove. This particular one has a tunnel that leads straight into the dormitory. Everything all right? I came to find you. Her brow puckers under her hood as her gaze shifts to Imogen, who sizing her up like she would an opponent. I'm fine. I tell Imogen, signing at the same time. Jacinia isn't going to try to kill me. Imogen tilts her head, her gaze dropping to the cream satchel Jacinia carries. I'm not going to try to kill her, Jacinia signs, her brown eyes widening. I wouldn't even know how. Violet knew how to kill just fine on a scribe's education. Imogen replies, her hands moving quickly. Jacinia blinks. I lift my brows at Imogen. Fine. she replies, signing as she backs away. But if she comes with you with a sharpened quill, don't blame me. Sorry about her, I sign once Imogen turns her back to us. People are trying to kill you? Jasinia's brows knits. It's Thursday. I move into the alcove so my back isn't to the courtyard. I'm always happy to see you, but what can I help you with? Scribe cadets almost never enter the writer's quadrant unless they're assisting Captain Fitzgibbons. Two things, she signs as we both sit on the bench, then reaches into her satchel, pulls out a tome, then hands it to me, the copy of The Gift of the First Six, and looks to be hundreds of years old. You said you wanted an early accounting of the first writers when you returned the other books, she signs. This is one of the earliest I could find that's allowed to be removed from the archives. Preparing for another debate? I set it on my lap and choose my words carefully. My gut tells me I can trust her, but after Dane, I'm not sure I can adapt on my intuition, and knowing isn't safe for her anyway. Studying, and thank you, but you didn't have to bring it. I would have come to you. I didn't want you to have to wait for me to be on archives duty, and you told me you run every morning. She takes several breaths, which usually means she's composing her thoughts. And I hate to admit it, but I need help. She signs but before pulling a ragged tome out of her bag and handing it to me. I take it to free up her hands, noting the worn edges and loose spine. I'm trying to translate this for an assignment, and I'm struggling with a couple of sentences. It's Old Lucerish, and from what I remember, it's one of the dead languages you can read. Her cheeks flush pink as she glances back over her shoulders at the mage-lit tunnel, as if another scribe might see us. I'll be in big trouble if anyone knows I'm asking for help. Adepts shouldn't ask. I'm good at keeping secrets, I sign, my face falling as I remember using the language to pass secret messages with Dane when we were kids. Thank you. I know almost every other language. Her motions are sharp, and her mouth tenses. You know far more of them than I do. We share a smile, and I flip open the tome to the bookmark, taking in the swirling strokes of ink that make up the logosyllabic language. Sorry. Jacinia points to a sentence. I'm stuck there. I quickly read from the beginning of the paragraphs to be sure I have it right, then sign the sentence she's looking for, spelling out the last word, the name of the ancient king who lived 1,000 years before Navarre existed. Thank you, she writes the sentence down in the notebook she's brought with her. Ancient king. I flip to the first page of the book, and my shoulders sag. It bears a date from 25 years ago. It's hand-copied from an original, Jacinia signs, about 5 years before the Quadrant received the printing press. Right, because nothing in the archives is older than 400 years. Except the scrolls from the unification. Sweat cools on the back of my neck as I translate a few more sentences for her from the various pages. Surprised at how much I still remember after not practicing for a year, then hand the tome back when I finish the last sentence she has marked. If I hurry, I can bathe the sweat off and still catch breakfast. We're working on removing all the dead languages from the public section of the archives and translating them for easier reading. She signs with an excited smile, then puts her things away. You should come by and see how much we've accomplished. Writers aren't allowed past the study table, I remind her. I'd make an exception for you, she grins. The archives are almost always empty on Sundays, especially with most third years cycling home for break. A scream rends the air, and my head shoots up across the courtyard. A second year from Third Wing is dragged from the academic building between two writers, followed by Professor Markham. What in Amari's name? Jacinia pales and sinks farther into the shadows of the alcove as he's hauled into the dormitory building, where the tunnels beneath lead across the canyon and into the main campus of Bezgaeth. I think. I think, she signs, starting to breathe raggedly. I think that's my fault. What? I turn to face her fully. That writer requested a book yesterday, and I recorded the request. She leans towards me, panic growing in her eyes. I have to record the request. It's regulation. We both finish signing at the same time. I nod. You didn't do anything wrong. What was the book? She glances towards the doors where the writer disappeared. I should go. Thank you. The only other it's only the fear in her eyes that's kept me from asking her again before she rushes off, leaving me staring at the tome in my lap, realizing how dangerous my research problem really is. Wait for me, Rhiannon calls out later that day, jogging up through the crowd of writers as we reach the step beside the gauntlet, where most of us are bottlenecked as we wait for our turn to climb up to the flight field. We're still here, I wave before my gaze returns to moving restlessly over the people closest to us, watching their hands, their weapons. I trust my squad mates implicitly, but no one else. All it takes is a well-timed stab in a crowd, and I could bleed out without even knowing who killed me. This isn't right, Sawyer mutters, refolding our homework map for RSE. I can't get number 4 no matter how many times I count the little elevation lines. That's north, I tell him, tapping the bottom of the folded monstrosity. You're looking at the wrong section for question 4. Trust me, I had to ask Riddick for help last night. Ugh, this is some infantry bullshit. He shoves the map in his pocket. Why won't you just accept that I am a land navigation god and ask for help like everyone else? Riddick teases Sawyer as Ree catches up to us. Finally, you'd think leadership would be on time. Leadership was in a meeting, Ree replies, holding up a collection of missives, and leadership was given the mail. Hope leaps up, replacing the hypervigilance for a second before I can squash it. Riddick, Rhiannon says, handing over a letter. Sawyer, she turns, giving him the next. Me, she flips that one into the back. And Violet. He wouldn't. I remind myself before taking the letter from her, yet I can't help but hold my breath as I open the unsealed flap of the envelope. Violet, sorry it took me so long to write. I only just realized the date. You're a second year. My shoulders droop, which is just pathetic. Who is it from? Rhiannon asks. You look disappointed. Mira, I answer, and no, not disappointed. My words trail off as we move forward in line. You thought it would be different, Lieutenant? She guesses correctly, her eyes softening in sympathy. I shrug, but it's hard to keep the frustration out of my voice. I know better. You miss him, don't you? She drops her voice as we shuffle closer to the steps. I nod. I shouldn't, but I do. Are you two together? She whispers. I mean, everyone knows you're sleeping together, but something's off with you. I glance ahead, making sure Sawyer and Riddick are engrossed in their letters, that this is a truth I can easily give her. Not anymore. Why? She asks, confusion etching her forehead. What happened? I open my mouth, then shut it. Maybe the truth isn't that easy. What the hell am I supposed to tell her? Gods, when did this all become so complicated? You can tell me, you know. She forces a smile, and the hurt I see behind it makes me feel like total and complete shit. I know. Lucky for me, we start up the steps, giving me a chance to think. We reach the top, walking into the box canyon of the flight field, and my heart swells at the sight of the dragons organized in the same formation we stand at in the courtyard. It's a beautiful, terrifying, humbling kaleidoscope of power that steals the breath from my lungs. This is never going to get old, is it? Rhiannon says as we follow Riddick and Sawyer across the formation, her smile overtaking her face. I don't think so. We share a look, and I break. Zayden wasn't honest with me, I say quietly, feeling like I owe my best friend something true. I had to end it. Her eyes flare. He lied? No. My grip tightens on Mira's letter. He didn't tell me the entire truth, and he still won't. Another woman? Her brows rise. Because I will absolutely help you annihilate that shadow-wielding asshole. If you guys were exclusive, and he... No, no, I laugh. Nothing like that. We pass by Second Wing's dragons. It's... There go my words again. It's complicated. How are you and Tara? I haven't seen her around much. Let me reposition myself again. Oh, goodness. Oh, gosh. Let me... Sorry, I had to reposition myself a little bit. Where was I? There. Here we go. She sighs. Neither of us has enough time for the other. It sucks, but maybe it will ease up next year when neither of us are squad leaders anymore. Or maybe you'll be wing leaders. The thought makes me bite back a smile. Rhea would be a fantastic wing leader. Maybe. There's a bounce in her step. But in the meantime, we're free to see whoever we want. What about you? Because if you're single, I have to say that a couple of the guys in Second Wing somehow got hotter after war games. Her eyes sparkle. Or we could secretly visit Chantara this weekend and hook up with some infantry cadets. She holds up a finger. Healers might be all right too, but I draw the line at scribes. The robes don't do it for me. Not that I'm judging if that's your thing. I'm just saying that we are second years and our options for blowing off steam are endless. A random stranger might be what I need to flush Zayden out of my system, but it isn't what I want. She studies my face like I'm a puzzle that needs to be solved as we continue down the flight field. Shit, you're hung up on him. I sigh. It's complicated. You said that already. She tries to school her expression, but I catch the flash of disappointment when I don't elaborate. Mira have anything to say about the front? Not sure. I glance through the letter, reading it quickly. She's been reassigned to Athman. She says the food is only a step above our mother's cooking. That gets a laugh out of me as I flip the page, but it dies quickly when I see the thick black lines that eliminate entire paragraphs. What the? I flip to the next page, finding more of the same before she signs off, hoping to fly over to Samara during one of our upcoming trips. What's wrong? Rhiannon looks up from her own letter as we continue walking past the Third Wing's dragons. I think it's been redacted. I flash it at her so she can see the black lines. Then look around to make sure no one else notices. Someone censored your letter? She looks surprised. Someone read your letter? It was unsealed. I stuff it back in the envelope. Who would do that? Melgren, Varish, Markham, anyone on Atos's orders, my mother? The options are endless. I'm not sure. It's not a lie, not really. I slip the envelope into the internal pocket of my flight leathers, then cringe as I button up the jacket. It's too fucking hot for these things down here, but I know I'll be grateful for the extra layer in the few minutes once we're airborne. A red in the second row huffs a blast of steam in warning at a cadet from Third Wing, who gets too close, and we all hurry along. Terran is the largest dragon in the flight, on the field by far. He looks completely and utterly bored as he waits for me. The metal of my saddle glistening against his scales in the sun. I can't help but sigh in disappointment that Andarna isn't with him, as his forelegs come into view. Hey, has Terran said anything about another black dragon in the Vale? Riddick asks me over his shoulder as we make it past Claw Section, coming to Terran first, who's standing in the lead position despite Rhiannon and Sawyer's outranking me. It's all I can do to not tip over my feet. I'm sorry? I know it sounds ludicrous, but when we walked by Koiy back there, I swear I heard him say something about another black dragon being spotted. That guy was practically jumping with excitement. Terran, if the professor of dragonkind knows about Andarna, we're screwed. Only a few dragons saw her before she entered the caves for the dreamless sleep. You try keeping her hidden and see how it goes for you. Awesome. Maybe it's Terran they're seeing, I say to Riddick. Not a lie. Or an elder? Koiy thinks it's a new one. His eyebrows rise. You should ask him. Huh, I swallow. Yeah, I can do that. Still not lying. The three continue on, mounting their dragons. Terran dips his left shoulder for me, but then straightens. On your left, he warns as a shape approaches from behind. I whip around quickly to face the threat and secure my shields in place. Varish saunters towards me, his arms locked behind his back, and the major must be inhuman because there's not a dot of sweat on his high forehead. Sorengil, there you are. As if Terran is hard to miss. Major Varish. I leave my hands at my thighs where I can grab a hold of my daggers easily, wondering what his signet might be. I've never seen a signet patch on him. Either he's cocky like Xaden and thinks his reputation precedes him, or he's part of the classified signet club. Quite the necklace you have there, he points to the greenish bruises on my throat. Thank you. It was expensive. I lift my chin. Cost someone their life. Sorry, I'm going to take a quick drink here. Oh, sorry, the bubbles from from my drink hit a lot harder than I wanted. Ah, that's right. I recall hearing you were nearly done in by a first year. Good to see that the embarrassment didn't finish the job he started. But I guess you're probably used to barely squeaking by alive, seeing how frail you're rumored to be. I officially loathe this man. But at least I know Terran will eat him whole if he tries to attack me on the field. He leans left, making a show of looking around me. I thought you were bonded to 2 dragons. I am. Sweat slides down my spine. And yet, I only see one. He looks up at Terran. Where's your little gold one? The Feathertail I've heard so much about. I was hoping to see her myself. A growl rumbles up Terran's throat, and he angles his head over me. Saliva drips in giant globs, hitting the ground in front of Varish. The major tenses, but maintains a perfect mask of amusement as he steps back. Always had a temper, this one. He likes his space. I've noticed he likes you to have yours too, he comments. Tell me, Sorengale, how do you feel about the way he gives you, oh, shall we say, an easier path to take than your fellow cadets? If you mean to ask how I feel about how he stopped the needless execution of bonded riders by your dragon after Parapet, then I'd have to say I feel pretty good about it. I guess it takes one bad-tempered dragon to keep another civil. Remind him that I threatened to digest him alive. I don't think that would go well for me, I reply. It would be fun to watch him eat the pompous one. Sorry, I did the wrong voice there. It would be fun to watch him eat the pompous one. Andarna's voice is groggy. Go back to sleep, I lecture. She's not due to wake for another month, Taryn said. Ooh, excuse me. Again, excuse me, what the hell? Varish's eyes narrow momentarily on mine, and then he smiles, but there's nothing kind or happy about it. About your little Feathertail. She can't bear a rider. Not lying, since she hasn't flown since waking in Arisha. I fly with Taryn, but she'll go through maneuvers on the easier days. Well, see to it that she flies with you next week, and you can consider that an order. Another growl from sounds from Taryn. Dragons don't take orders from humans. Power rises within me, humming beneath my skin and making my fingers buzz. Of course not. His grin widens, like I've said something funny. But you do, don't you? Impudent human, Taryn seethes. I lift my chin, knowing there's nothing more I can say about this without disciplinary action. It's ironic, don't you think? Varish asks, retreating one step at a time. From what Colonel Atos told me, your father was writing a book on Feathertails. Dragons which hadn't been seen in hundreds of years. And then you ended up bonded to one. Coincidental, I correct him. The word you meant to say is coincidental. Is it? He seems to ponder back away and passes by Bodhi. My stomach turns. Is it? I know nothing of your father's research, Taryn promises. But Andarna has gone silent. Riders! Koiy projects his voice across the field as Bodhi reaches my side. Third years have joined us today for a very special reason. They'll be demonstrating a running landing. He gestures to the sky. Kath is on approach from the west, the red sword tail blocking out the sun for a second as he dives for the field. He's not slowing down, I murmur. Part of me hopes Dane falls off. He will, Bodhi promises. Just not by much. My jaw slackens. Dane rides, crouches on Kath's shoulder. His arms out for balance as Kath drops to fly level with the field. The beats of Kath's wings slow only slightly the closer he gets, and I hold my breath when Dane slides down Kath's legs to perch on his claws while his dragon is still flying. Holy shit. This is unadvisable for you, Taryn says. For anyone with a heartbeat, I counter. Kath flares his wings subtly, enough to drop speed, and Dane jumps as he passes by the professors. He hits the sunburned grass at a run, dispelling the momentum from Kath's flight with a few yards, and comes to a stop. The third years cheer, but Bodhi remains silent at my side. And that is why Atos is a wing leader, Koiy calls out. Perfect execution. This approach is the most efficient landing for when we need to exchange in ground combat. By the time this year is over, you'll be able to land like this on any outpost wall. Pay close attention, and you'll be able to complete this safely. Try your own method, and you'll be dead before you hit the ground. The fuck I will. Adaptation will be necessary, Taryn decrees. For today, we're going to practice the basics of moving from the seat to the shoulder, Koiy instructs. How are we adapting to that? I asked Terran. I didn't say we would, he chuffs. The Dragon Watcher will adapt his request, or I'll have an early lunch. The maneuver is completely pointless in the kind of war we need to fight. Kaori doesn't know what's out there, I say softly to Bodhi. What makes you so sure? He glances my way. If he did, he'd be teaching us faster ways to get off the damned ground, not land on it. Tell him that we're still working on the next shipment, Bodhi tells me as we walk through the moonlit flight field a little before midnight, a few nights later. Shipment of what? I ask, adjusting my pack on my shoulders. He'll know what I'm talking about, he promises, wincing as his fingers graze the dark bruise on his jaw. And tell him it's raw. They've had the forge burning night and day, and we haven't been able to. He flinches. Just tell him it's raw. I'm starting to feel a lot like a letter. I shoot a glare at him for a second. That's all I'm willing to look away from the uneven terrain field. There's no chance I'm risking a sprained ankle before a 12-hour flight. You're the best way of getting information to him, he admits. Without actually knowing anything? Precisely, he nods. It's safer this way until you're capable of shielding from ATOs at all times. Zayden was supposed to continue teaching you last visit, but then I got strangled. At least I've only been attacked once so far this year, but challenges open back up in a week. Yeah, it's kind of fucked with his head. I imagine that dropping dead randomly would have been inconvenient to him, I mutter, half listening. Shit, challenges open up in a week. It's time to start checking the list the cadre keeps so I can keep going about my poisoning ways again. You know it's not like that for him, he says in a lecturing tone that reminds me of Zayden. I've never seen him. Let's not do this. Care like this. No, really, stop. And that includes Catriona. My gaze whips towards him. Who the hell is Catriona? He winces and presses his lips in a thin line. What are the chances that you'll forget what I said what are the chances that you'll forget I said that between here and Samara? None. I stumble on a rock or my feelings, but manage to catch my balance. Physically at least. My thoughts, those are tripping over themselves down the path and wondering who Catriona is. An older writer? Someone from Orisha? Right. He rubs the back of his neck and sighs. Not even the tiniest bit of chance, because the thing about the deal you two have with your dragons is that he'll be back here next week, and I'm not remotely in the mood to have my ass kicked after fending off another assassination attempt. I grab his arm and stop walking. Another assassination attempt? He sighs. Yeah, second time someone tried to jump me in the bathing chamber this week. My eyes widen as my heart hammers in my chest. Are you okay? He has all the gall to grin. He has the gall to grin. I completely eviscerated some asshole at a second wing while naked and only got a bruise. I'm fine. But back to why you shouldn't mention that comment to my rather moody cousin when who you're sleeping with. You know what? I start walking in the middle of the field again. If he doesn't want to process assassination attempts, then we have nothing else to say. I don't know you nearly well enough to discuss who I am or am not sleeping with, Bodhi. I throw over my shoulder. He shoves his hands in my pockets and leans back on his heels. You make a fair point. I made the only point. Terran's silhouette blocks the moon for a heartbeat before he lands ahead of us. Bodhi grins sheepishly. Your dragon has arrived in time to save us from the awkwardness of this conversation. Let's get going. Taryn all but snaps. I try not to make it personally. He's been insufferable for days now, but I can't blame him. I can feel his physical pain like a knife to my own chest when he overpowers my emotions. He's in a rush, I tell Bodhi. Thanks for walking me out. Humans. Well, fuck, Bodhi swears under his breath as mage lights flicker on behind us, lighting up the field the same way they had the night we flew for war games. Cadet Sorengale, you will delay your launch, Varish amplifies, his voice across the field. We turn and see him flanked by two other riders walking our way. Taryn growls in answer. Bodhi and I exchange a glance, but we both remain silent as the trio approaches. What do we do if they try to stop us? I ask Taryn. Feast. Gross. I didn't expect you to leave until morning, Varish says, flashing an oily smile as the two other riders flank us. The stripes on their uniforms declare them as first lieutenants, the same as Mira, one rank above Zayden. It's been a fortnight. I'm on leave. So you are, Varish blinks at me, then looks at the female lieutenant on his left. Nora, search her bag. I'm sorry? I put a step between me and the woman. Your bag, Varish repeats. Article 4, Section 1 of the Codex states that all cadets' belongings are subject to search at the discretion of command. I finish for him. Ah, you know your codex. Good. Your bag. I swallow, then roll my shoulders, letting the pack slip off my back before holding it out to the left, never taking my eyes from Varish. The first lieutenant takes the rucksack from my hand. You may leave, Cadet Duran, Varish says. Bodhi moves closer to my side. The male lieutenant takes a step closer as well, the mage lights catching the signet patch, fire welding, on his uniform. As Cadet Sorengale's section leader, I am the next in her chain of command. And, as Article 4, Section 2 of the Codex states, her discipline falls to her chain of command before being brought to cadre. I would be negligent in my duty were I to leave her in potential possession of whatever it is you're looking for. Varish narrows his eyes as Nora empties my bag onto the ground. So much for clean change of clothing. Taryn lowers his head behind me, angling slightly to the side and growling deeply in his throat. At this angle, he can scorch two of them without touching Bodhi or me, which would only leave one for us to dispatch if we have to. Anger prickles through my spine, and I fist my hands like that's going to actually help me contain the burst of power crawling through my veins. Was that really necessary? The other lieutenant asks. He says search, Nora replies, before looking up at Varish. Clothing, she says, flipping the pieces over. Her hands tremble when she glances in Taryn's directions. Second year physics test, land navigation manual, and a hairbrush. Give me the book and the manual. Varish holds his hand out to Nora. Need a refresher? I ask, suddenly grateful I left my copy of The Gift of the First Six in my room. Not that it's taught me anything besides the fact that the first six weren't the first writers. They were simply the first to survive. Varish doesn't respond as he flips through the pages, no doubt looking for scrawled secrets in the margins. His jaw flexes when he doesn't find any. Satisfied? I drum my fingers along the sheaths at my thighs. We're done here. He tosses the book onto the pile of clothing. See you in 48 hours, Cadet Sorengale. And don't forget, since your Feathertail decided not to join us for formation again, I will be pondering your punishment for dereliction of duty while you're gone. And with that threat, the trio walks away, the mage lights winking off one by one as they pass, leaving us in the dark again, except for the circle of light directly above us. You knew that was going to happen, I glare at Bodhi, before crouching in front of my discarded things, packing them back into my bag. That's why you insisted on walking me out. In addition to the very real attempts on all of our lives, Imogen and Aya were attacked too. Were attacked today, too, coming out of a briefing for third years. We suspected they'd search you, but wanted to confirm. He admits, dropping down to help. They could have died. My heart stutters in my chest, and I quickly fold that fear into the box where I decided to hide all my feelings this year. Well, all emotions except one: anger. You used me as a test? I jerk the fastener on the pack closest and shove my arms through the straps, hoisting it to my shoulders. Without even telling me? Let me guess. It was Zayden's idea. It was an experiment, he grimaced. You were the control. Then what the fuck was the variable? The bell rings out, the sound faint from here. Check, Taryn. It's midnight. You should get going, Bodhi says. Every minute you stay is one fewer that Taryn gets with Sigale. Agreed. Stop using me like I'm some kind of game piece, Bodhi. Each word is sharper than the last. You two want my help? Ask for it. And don't fucking start on me about my shielding abilities. That's no excuse to send me into something unprepared. He looks abashed. Fair point. I nod, then mount the ramp Terrence created by dropping a shoulder. Moonlight and what little mage light reaches this height is more than sufficient for me to find the saddle. I could navigate the spikes of Terran's back in the darkest night. I proved that in Resin. There are already 2 packs twice the size of mine secured behind the saddle. Good thing they didn't search me, Terran says. Are we carrying? I blink twice. We are. He confirms. Now get in the saddle before they change their minds and I'm forced to incinerate their leadership. Later, I'll have more than a few words for the wing leader about not preparing you. Trust me. Taking a second to secure my pack, too, I settle in for the flight, dragging the leather across my thighs and strapping in. Let's get to them, I say once I'm buckled. Taryn backs up a few steps, no doubt to keep Bodhi clear, and then launches into the night. Every wing beat taking us closer to the front lines. And Zayden. Alrighty, so that is the end of chapter 11. When we get back from our little break here, we will read chapter 12, which is the last chapter of the day. Alrighty, so yeah, we're gonna take that quick little break here, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right. It is time to read chapter 12, which is the last chapter of today. All right, here we go. Chapter 12. The landscape around the Samara outpost is as severe as the command that runs it. We're high in the Espen Mountains, a mile or two from the eastern border with Paramil, and surrounded by peaks that are still tipped with snow in the height of summer. The nearest village is a half-hour flight. There's not even a trading post within walking distance. This is as cut off from society as it gets. Be careful, Taryn orders me, waiting behind me in the field where he landed. It's known to be brutal as a first assignment. So naturally, they'd send Zayden here. I'll be all right, I promise, and my shields are up. To be sure, I check the walls of my mental archives, where I ground in my power, and can't help the little bounce in my step when I see only a hint of light from my bonds coming from the doorways. I'm definitely getting better at this. I head for the entrance to the mammoth fortress that rises above me, its dark red stone cutting into the crisp blue sky that's probably laid out like Aspen and Montserrat. But it's easily twice as big as either. 2 companies of infantry and 18 dragons and their riders are stationed here. Something sways up high on the wall, and I look to see a man in infantry colors, sitting in a cage about 4 stories above me. Well, all right then. It's a little after 8 in the morning, so I can't help but wonder if he's been up there all night. There's a hum in my veins that only grows stronger as I walk up the ramp that leads to the portcullis. Where 2 guards are stationed. A platoon passes by, headed out for a morning run. It's the wards, Taryn says. They don't feel like this at Montserrat, I tell him. They're stronger here, and since your signet has manifested, you're more sensitive to them now. His tone is tight. And when I glance back over my shoulder, I note that all of the soldiers give him a wide berth, taking a path off to the side of the field. You don't have to watch my back, I say, reaching the top of the ramp. This is an outpost. I'm safe here. There's a drift on the other side of the mountains, a mile beyond the border, Sigale just told me. You're not safe until you're behind the walls or within the wing leader. Or with the wing leader. I don't bother reminding him that Zayden isn't a wing leader anymore, as my stomach jumps in my throat. A friendly drift? Define friendly. Great. We're not on the front. We are the front. The guards at the gate stand taller when they take in my flight leathers, but remain silent as I pass by. They're not acting like there's a drift across the ridgeline. Apparently, it's commonplace. Even better. There, I'm all safe behind the walls, I tell Taryn, walking into the bailey of the fortress. At least it's cooler here than at Bosgaiath. But I'm not sure I'd like to experience winter at this altitude. Or Orisha's, come to think of it. Call if you need me. I'll be nearby. A second later, wing beats fill the air. Like hell am I going to call him for anything, in fact. I'll consider these next 24 hours a success if I can block him out altogether. I've been on the wrong mental side of the bond during one of his trysts with Sigale, and no thank you. I pass by several platoons of infantry standing in formation and note the infirmary off to the right, in the same location as Montserrat's. But I'm the only person in black. Where the hell are all the riders? I stifle a yawn. there wasn't much sleep to be had in the saddle, and locate the entrance to the barracks that make up the southern side of the fortress. The corridor is dimly lit as I walk through passing the office of the scribes, and I find the stairs at the end. A sensation of unwelcome familiarity crawls along my skin as I climb. Breathe. The outpost is deserted. There isn't a horde of venom and wyvern waiting to be spotted from the high point either. It's only the same layout because most almost all outposts are built from the same plans. I push open the door to the third floor without encountering anyone. Odd. One side of the hallway is lined with windows that open to the bailey, and the other is equidistant wooden doors. My pulse picks up as I reach for the handle on the second door. It swings open with a squeak, and I recognize the tingle of energy that rushes over my skin, leaving chills in its wake as I step through the wards into Zayden's room. Zayden's empty room. Shit. I sigh in pure disappointment as I drop my pack near his desk. His room is nice, with serviceable furniture and a door that probably leads to a neighboring room. But there are touches of him here and there. He's in the books that sit stacked along the shelves of the bookcase by the window, the racks of weapons I recognize from his room at Basgiath, and the two swords that sit near the door, like he'll be back any second to retrieve them. The only softness to be found is in the heavy black drapes, standard issue in the room of a writer who might have to fly night patrols, and the plush dark gray blanket covering his bed. His very large bed. Nope, not thinking about that. What the hell am I supposed to do if he's not here? The swords say he's not out flying. As I close my eyes and open up my senses, finding the shadow that's only present when he's near. If I found him that night on the parapet, surely I can do it here. He's close, but he must have his shields locked because he doesn't reach out like he usually would when I'm close. The bond feels like it's tugging me downward, like he's actually under me. I close Zayden's door on the way out and follow the tugging sensation, making my way to the staircase, then descending. I pass the arched entrance to the second floor, catching a glimpse of a wide stone hallway with more barrack doors, then the entrance to the first, and finally reaching the sublevel of the fortress, where natural light ends with the staircase on the stone floor. Mage lights illuminate two possible paths along the foundation of the fortress, both dimly lit and as welcoming as a dungeon. The scent of damp earth and mental permeates the air. Shouts and cheers come from down the corridor to the right, echoing off the walls and floor. I follow the pull of the bond that pull that direction, and find a pair of infantry guards about 20 yards from the stairs who take one look at my uniform and step aside, allowing me access to a room carved out of the very foundation. Noise overwhelms every other sense when I enter the chamber, and shock halts my feet inside the doorway. What in the gods' names is going on? More than a dozen writers, all in black, stand along the sides of the square-shaped, windowless room that looks better suited for storage than occupation. They're all leaning over a thick wooden rail, intently watching something in the excavated pit below. I take the empty space on the rail directly ahead of me, finding myself between a veteran writer and with a grizzled beard on my left, and a woman who looks a few years older than me on the right. Then I see who's below, and my heart stops. Zayden, and he is shirtless. So is the other rider as they circle each other, their fists raised like they're sparring. But there's no mat beneath them, only a packed dirt floor decorated with suspicious spatters of crimson, both old and fresh. They're equally matched in height, but the other rider is bulky, built like Garrick, and looks to have about 20 pounds on Xaden, who's cut in deep muscular lines. The rider swings for Xaden's face, and I white knuckle the rough railing, holding my breath as Xaden easily evades the punch, delivering one of his own to his opponent's ribs. The rider along me cheers, and I'm pretty sure I see money change hands across the pit. This isn't sparring. This is straight up fighting. And the way Xaden hit him, he's holding back. Why are they? I ask the silver barred lieutenant next to me, my words dying as Xaden dips and spins, avoiding another attempt to hit. There's a definite sparkle in those dark eyes as he deftly jumps back again, defying his opponent's strike. My pulse jumps. Damn, he's fast. Fighting? The woman finishes my question. Yes, I keep my gaze centered on Xaden, who lands quick, consecutive punches to the other rider's kidneys. There's only one pass for lieutenants this weekend, he says, moving a little closer. Jarrett has it, and Ryerson wants it. So they're fighting for it? I peel my eyes from Xaden long enough to glance sideways at the rider beside me. She has short brown hair, sharp bird-like features, and a thumbprint-sized scar on her jawline. Leave and pride. Lieutenant Colonel de Grenzy's rules. You want it, you fight for it. You want to keep it, you better be good enough to defend it. They have to fight for passes? Isn't that brutal? And wrong, extreme, horrible, and detrimental to wing morale. He's fighting so Segale will have time off to spend with Terran, so he'll have time with me. Brutal? Hardly, she scoffs. No blades, no signets, it's just a fist fight. You want to see brutal? Go and visit one of the coastal outposts with nothing to do but turn on one another. She leans forward and shouts as Xaden deflects the next punch, then grabs Jarrett by the biceps and throws him onto his back. Damn, I really thought Jarrett was going to take him in less time. A slow, proud smile spreads across my face. He won't take him at all. I shake my head, staring at Xaden with more than a little delight as he waits for Jarrett to gain his feet. Xaden's playing with him. The rider turns towards me, her gaze scanning me in clear assessment, but I'm too busy watching Xaden land hit after carefully placed hit to bother with what the lieutenant thinks about me. You're her, aren't you? The rider asks, her appraisal pausing on my hair. Her who? Here we go. Lieutenant Sorengale's sister. Not General Sorengale's daughter? Not the cadet Xaden is stuck with because of Terran? You know my sister? That earns her a glance. She has a hell of a right hook, she nods, her knuckles grazing the scar on her jaw. She does. I agree, my smile widening. Looks like Mira left her mark. Xaden lands a solid hit in Jarrett's jaw with a crack. It appears Ryerson does too. He does. You sound pretty confident. She turns her attention back to the fight. I am. My confidence in Xaden is almost arrogance. Gods, he's beautiful. The mage lights illuminating the chamber highlight every carved line of roped muscle on his chest and abs and play off the angles of his face. And when he turns, the 107 scars that mark his back catch the light under Segale's relic. I stare. I can't help it. His body is a work of art, honed to lethal perfection. I know every inch of it, and yet I'm still gawking, transfixed like it's the first time I've seen him half-dressed. This should absolutely not be turning me on, but the way he moves, the lethal grace in each and every calculated strike, yep, turned on. Maybe it's toxic as hell, but it's pointless to deny that every single part of me is attracted to every facet of Xaden. And it's not just his body, it's everything. Even the darkest parts of him, the parts I know are merciless, willing to annihilate everyone and anyone and everyone who stands between him and a goal, pull me in like a moth to a fucking flame. My heart pounds like a drumbeat, and my stupid chest aches just watching him maneuver around the floor of the pit, toying with his opponent. I've missed watching him in the gym, sparring with Garrick. I've missed being with him on the mat, feeling his body over mine as he puts me on my back over and over again. I've missed the tiny moments in my day when our eyes would meet in in a crowded hallway, the bigger moments when I've had him all to myself. I'm so damned in love with him that it hurts, and for the moment I can't remember why I'm denying myself. The rider on my left shouts, and Xaden's gaze jerks upward, colliding with mine. Surprise registers on his features for all of a heartbeat before his opponent swings, his fist slamming into Xaden's jaw, with a sound that makes my stomach twist. I gasp as Xaden's head snaps sideways with the force of the blow. He staggers backwards to the cheers of the riders around me. Stop playing around and end it, I say through our bond, using it for the first time since Ressin. Always so violent. He thumbs a drop of blood off the split in his lower lip. His gaze flashes to mine, and I swear I see a hint of a smile before he turns on Jarrett. Jarrett swings once, then twice, missing Xaden both times. Then Xaden strikes with two quick punches, putting his full weight behind them, unlike before, and sending Jarrett to his hands and knees in the dirt. Jarrett's head hangs as he shakes it slowly, blood dripping from his mouth. Damn, the rider next to me says. Exactly. Is it wrong to smirk? Because I can't seem to control my facial muscles. Xaden stands back as the riders fall silent in the chamber, and then he extends his hands. Jarrett's chest heaves for a tense minute before he looks up at Xaden and shoves away the offered hand. He taps the floor twice, and while some riders around me groan, and yes, that's money changing hands in the form of gold coins, others clap a couple of times. Jarrett spits blood on the floor, then stands upright, nodding at Xaden respectfully. The match, if that's what this can be called, is apparently over. The riders head my way, filtering past me for the door. Xaden says something to Jarrett that I can't hear, then uses the metal rungs embedded into the stone masonry at the far end of the pit to climb out. He reaches the top, then takes his shirt from where it's draped across the railing and comes in my direction, watching me with enough heat in his gaze to set my already humming body on fire. Yeah, definitely can't remember why I'm denying myself any part of this man. Looks like he won the pass, the woman next to me says. I'm Cornelia Solly, by the way. Violet Sorengale. I know it's rude, but I can't make myself look away from Xaden as he turns the corner, approaching from the left. He runs his tongue over the small cut on the side of his lower lip, as if testing it, then tugs his shirt on. Taking away the show should cool my blood, but it doesn't. Pretty sure dumping a bucket of snowy slush from the nearby peaks over my head couldn't lessen the heat either. I probably just steam. Gods, I'm screwed when it comes to this man. It doesn't matter that he hurt me, doesn't trust me. I don't even know if I trust him, but I want him. Good job, Ryerson, Lieutenant Solly says to Xaden. I'll tell the Major to take you off the patrol roster for 48 hours. 24, he corrects her. His eyes on me. I only need 24 hours. Jarrett can have the other 24. Because I'll be gone. Suit yourself. She clamps Jarrett on the shoulder in consolation as as he walks by, then follows him out. We're alone. You're early, Zayden says, but the look in his eyes is anything but condemnation. God dang, I can't even say big words today. I lift a brow and try to ignore the way my palms itch to touch him. Is that a complaint? No, he shakes his head slowly. I wasn't expecting you until noon. Turns out Terran flies pretty damn fast when he's not being held back by a riot. Gods, why is it so hard to breathe suddenly? The air between us is thick, and my heart thrums as my gaze wanders to his mouth. He's killed people for me before. Why is him fighting for a weekend pass stripping every ounce of self-control straight out of my bloodstream? Violet. Zayden's voice drops to the low, quiet tone he only ever uses when we're alone, and usually naked. Very naked. Gods, I miss the feel of all his skin against all of mine. Tell me what's spinning. Tell me what's spinning around that beautiful head of yours. He moves closer, invading my space without touching me. Sorry, my neck. Fuck. I want him to touch me, even if it's a bad idea, and a really bad idea. Does it hurt? I lift my fingertip to the corner of my lip where his is split. He shakes his head. I've had worse. That's what I get for blocking with my that's what I get for blocking with my shields to concentrate on the fight. Otherwise, I would have felt you. Look at me. He takes my chin between his thumb and forefinger and gently tilts my head back before searching my eyes. What are you thinking? Because I can read a lot into the way you're looking at me, but I'm going to need the words. I want him. How hard is that to say? My tongue ties. What would giving in to the insatiable need for him mean? That you're human? I'm about 3 seconds away from carrying you up to my bedroom to continue this conversation. His hand slides along my jaw, his thumb caressing my lower lip. Not your room. I shake my head. You, me, bed. Not a good thing, or not a good idea at this moment. Too tempting. As I remember, which I do often, we don't always need a bed. His other hand palms my waist. My thighs clench. Violet, I cannot kiss this man. I can't. But would it really be the end of the world if I did? It's not like it would be the first time. Shit, I'm going to break. Even if it's only for this moment. Hypothetically, if I wanted you to kiss me, but only kiss me, I start. His mouth was on mine before I finish. Yes, this is exactly what I needed. My lips part for him, and there's no hesitation in the glide of his tongue against mine. He groans, and the sound reverberates through my very bones as I wrap my arms around his neck. Home. Gods, he tastes like home. I swear the door is shut a second before my back is pressed against the rough wall of the chamber. Zayden slides his hands beneath my thighs, then lifts me so we're level as he lays expert claim to every line and recess of my mouth, like this is the only time he'll get. Like kissing me is more vital than his next breath. Let me go back to the beginning. Or maybe that's the way I'm kissing him back. Whatever I do, whatever. I don't care who is kissing whom as long as we don't stop. I lock my ankles at the small of his back, bringing our bodies flush, and my breath catches at the heat of his skin radiating through the fabric of his uniform, and my leathers, and suddenly It's too much and not enough. This was a bad idea, and a teasing taste of everything I want, and yet I can't bring myself to stop. There's nothing outside this kiss. No war, no lies, no secrets. There's only his mouth, his hands sweeping up my sides, his desire matching the fire of mine. This is where I want to live, where nothing else matters but the way he makes me feel, like a moth to a damned flame. The laminate slips from my mind into our mental pathway. He's gravity, pulling me back to him by the force of his existence. I'm more than willing to let you burn me. Wait, that's not what I meant. He cradles the back of my head, protecting me from the coarse stone, and angles for a deeper kiss. Gods, yes, deeper, more. I can't get enough. I'll never get enough. Energy arcs between us, hotter with every kiss, every flick of his tongue. Flame. Oh my god. Flames of need dance across my skin, levying chills in their wake before settling deep within me, burning dangerously, reminding me that Xaden knows exactly how to state his unquenchable desire. He has this maddening ability to addict this and satisfy all at the same breath. My hands slide into his hair as his lips slip down my throat, and my pulse leaps when he finds the sweet spot right above my collar of my flight jacket, then mercilessly worships it with his mouth. I'm instantly liquid, melting into him. Gods, I've missed the taste of you. Even his mental voice comes across as a groan. The feel of you in my arms. I bring my hands to his face and pull him back to my lips. He sucks my tongue into his mouth, and I whimper because I can say the same. I can say the exact same thing about him. I've missed everything about this taste, his kiss. If any of those buttons on my flight jacket come undone, they're all coming undone. The slant of his mouth over mine again, and again, makes me feel alive for the first time since, gods, I can't even remember. Since the last time he kissed me. His hand squeezes my waist gently, then stretches up, the tips of his fingers reaching just beneath my breasts. Fuck it, the jacket can come off. So can the top, the armor, everything that separates me from him. I reach for the buttons, but he eases his kiss, taking it from urgent to deep, to thorough and deliciously slow. We should stop. What if I don't want to? The physical sound that leaves me is pure denial. I'm not ready for this to end. Not ready to return to the reality where we're not together. Even if I'm the one standing in our way. We have to, or I won't be able to keep to the only kiss limitation of your hypothetical question. His hand drifts to my ass as his mouth softens, drawing on my lower lip with one last lingering kiss. Fuck, I want you. Then don't stop. I look him in the eyes as he knows I mean it. We can keep we can keep it to nothing but sex, like we did last year. Not that it worked well. Violet. It's part plea, part moan, and the war in his eyes makes my chest tighten. You have no idea how badly I want to peel those pants off your amazing ass and fuck you until you're hoarse from screaming my name, so limp from orgasms that you can't fathom leaving my bed ever again. And and every tree around here goes up in flames from lightning strikes. His hand slides from beneath my head to the nape of my neck, until you remember exactly how good we are together. I never forgot. It's a whimper, my body still humming. I'm not talking about physically. He leans in and kisses me softly. It's sweet, tender, everything I don't want to feel. Not when it comes to him. Heat and lust I can cope with, but the rest. Xaden, I whisper, shaking my head slowly. He studies my face for a heartbeat and masks the flash of disappointment with a half smile. Exactly. He gently lowers me back to my feet, then studies me, holding on to my waist when my knees wobble. I want you more than my next breath, but I can't fuck you into looking at me like you used to. I refuse to use sex as a tool to get you back. He takes my hand and presses into my chest. Not when I want you, or when I want to be here. Sorry, not when I want to be here. My eyes widen, and apprehension knots my stomach. That's what I thought. He sighs, but it's not defeat tightening his mouth. It's frustration. You still don't trust me, and that's all right. I told you I'm not in this for a battle. I'm winning the damned war. I'm a fucking fool for saying this, but when haven't I been a fool when it comes to you? Excuse me? I bristle. His memory must be faulty because I'm the one who's been the fool for him. Let me get this out. He glances at my mouth. I'll kiss you whenever you want, but because my self-control is shit when you're involved. Whenever I want? My brows shoot up. What the hell is happening right now? Yes, whenever you want. Because I'll live with my mouth attached to yours if I do it whenever I want. He retreats a couple of steps, and I immediately miss the feel of his hands, the warmth of his skin. But I'm begging you, Violet, don't offer me your body unless you're offering me everything. I want you more than I want to fuck you. I want those 3 little words. I stare at him, my mouth dropping open slightly. He's not asking to hear that I want him. He wants to hear that I love him. It's new territory for me, too. He rakes his hands through his hair. No one is more surprised than I am. Trust me. I'm sorry, but weren't you the one last year who said that we could have all the sex we wanted as long as we kept feelings out of it? I fold my arms across my chest. See? Fucking fool. He looks up at the rough-beamed ceiling, like it has the answers. Last year, I would have used my method or used any method it took to win you back. But for those 3 days you were unconscious, all I did was sit there and watch you sleep, thinking of everything I would have done differently. Whew, goodness, sorry. Determination is etched on every line of his face, and he brings his gaze back to mine. This is me doing things differently. Somehow, in the last month, we've managed to switch roles. This is me proving myself to you. He steps back and pulls the door open, gesturing for me to walk out first, then rests his hands on the small of my back as we walk down the hall. We're not there yet, but you'll trust me again at some point. Sure, as soon as you agree to stop keeping secrets from me. How the hell is this my fault? His sigh sounds like it's ripped out of his very soul. You need to trust me, even with secrets for this to work. I grab onto the stair railing and take the stairs 2 at a time. That's not going to happen. It will, he says, as we near the ground floor, then changes the subject. Are you hungry? I need to wash up first. My nose crinkles. Pretty sure I smell like I've been flying 8 hours. Why don't you head into my room, and I'll bring food. His hand slips from my lower back as we make our way into his barracks rooms. He points to the left and says, that door leads to a private bathing chamber. There's no way you got a private bathing chamber as a brand new lieutenant. I sputter. Mira doesn't even have one. You'd be amazed what you can get when no one wants to share a space with Fen Ryerson's son, he answers quietly. My stomach sinks. I can't think of a single thing to say to that. Don't look so sad. Garrick has to share with 4 other writers. Go. He motions to the door again. I'll be right back. An hour later, I'm clean and fed, and Xaden is sitting at his desk, fiddling with something that looks like a crossbow, but smaller. As I sit on his bed and run a brush through my damp hair, I can't help but smile at the steady feeling of what's become routine. Xaden preparing a weapon while I sit on a bed. But they didn't search Terran? He asks without looking up. Nope. Just dumped my stuff on the ground. My gaze catches momentarily on a palm-sized gray stone with a decorative black rune on his nightstand before I spot a piece of grass that made the journey here from sorry. Before I spot a piece of grass that made the journey here from the flight field and flick it off my arm. Did they search Sigale? He rakes his hand. Only me and Garrick, and every other new lieutenant leaving Bezgaiath with a rebellion relic. They know you've been smuggling something out. I lean over the edge of the high bed and drop my brush into my bag. Toss me a sharpening stone. They suspect. He reaches into the top right drawer of his desk, taking out the heavy gray sharpening stone. He leans over to hand it to me, careful not to brush his fingers along mine, and then goes back to tinkering with his weapon. Thank you. I grip the stone, then take the first knife from my thigh sheath and begin sharpening. They're only as good as they are honed. They're only as good as they are honed, but no amount of busying my hands is going to make the next question any easier to ask without feeling like I'm now the one keeping things from Xaden. I choose my words carefully. When we were at the lake before Resin, you said the only thing that can kill a venom is what powers the wards. Yes. He leans back in his chair, one eyebrow raised. His bow forgotten. Or bow forgotten. Bleh. The daggers are made the daggers are made of the material that powers the wards, I guess. The alloy Brennan mentioned? Xaden opens the bottom drawer and moves some things around before pulling out a replica of the dagger I used to kill the venom on Terran's back. He walks over to me and holds it out, hilt first. I take it from his hand, and the weight and hum of power coming from the blade are instantly nauseating. Whether from the energy or the memory of the last time I held one. I'm unsure. Either way, I breathe deeply and remind myself I'm not on Terran's back. There's no one trying to kill me, or him. I'm in Xaden's bedroom. Xaden's very warded bedroom. Safe. No safer place on the continent, really. The blade itself is silver, sharpened on both edges, and the hilt is the same matte black of the one I used in Resin. The same that had been in my mother's desk last year. I run my finger along the medallion in the hilt that's a duller gray and decorated with a rune. That piece is the alloy. He sits next to me on the bed. The metal in the hilt, it's a specific blend of materials smelted into what you see there. It's not power in itself, but it's capable of holding power. The wards themselves originate from the Vale, near Bezgaiath, but they only reach so far. These, he taps the medallion, hold extra power to boost the wards and extend them. The more material, the stronger the wards. There's an entire armory of them downstairs, boosting the wards. The details are classified, but that's why outposts are placed strategically to keep our borders from developing weak points. But how could the wards ever falter if these power them consistently or constantly? I brush my thumb over the alloy, and my own power rises, charging the air. Because they only hold so much power. Once it's used, it has to be imbued again. Hold on. Imbued with power? Yes, imbuing is a process of leaving power in stasis in an object. A writer has to pour their own power into it, which is a skill not a lot of us have. He glances meaningfully at me, and don't ask, we're not getting into how that works tonight. Have they always been placed in daggers? He shakes his head. No. That's started but right before the rebellion. My guess is Melgren had a vision of how an upcoming battle is going to go, and these were central in his victory. Once Zagail chose me at threshing, we started to work to smuggle out a few daggers at a time to supply what drifts we could make friendly contact with. Orisha needs a forge to smelt the alloy to make more weapons. Yes, it takes a dragon to fire a crucible, which we have, and a luminary to intensify dragon fire not hot enough to smelt, he says. I nod, staring at the thumb-sized medallion. How can something so small be the key to our entire continent's survival? So, you just put the alloy into a dagger and get an instant venom killer? A smile tugs on it at his mouth. It's a little more complicated than that. What do you think came first? I ask, studying the dagger. The wards or the ability to boost them? Or are they intertwined? That's all classified. He takes the dagger back and returns it to the desk drawer. So how about we work on your shield instead of worrying about Navarre's? I yawn. I'm tired. Atos won't care. He slides into my mind easily. Fine. I lean back, bracing my weight on my palms, and build my mental shields quickly, block by block. Do your worst. His smile makes me regret the challenge. Okay. That is the end of chapter 12 and the end of today's reading. All right. So that is the end of today's reading. And yeah, so we will return tomorrow, Sunday the 29th, with chapters 13 through 18 of Iron Flame. All right, so I hope everybody is having a wonderful day. Yeah, we'll see you all again tomorrow. All right then. Bye-bye.